Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Planning Applications Committee meeting of Wednesday the 13th of December. This meeting is being live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Will everyone present please remember either to switch off their mobile phones or put them on silent. Thank you. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please do not repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. Tracy, can you confirm the sediment and apologies, please? And I approve remote participation of members joining online.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, members. We've got 13 members present in total. We've got 4 members present at Council HQ in person, being the Chair, Councillor Beretti, Councillor Dashper and Councillor Slater. And we've got 9 members present on Microsoft Teams, being the Vice Chair, Councillors John Campbell, Councillor Davies, Councillor Dryburgh, Councillor Hill, Councillor Howie, Councillor Jordan, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Thompson. I've got apologies from Councillor Hislop, and not present at the start of the meeting as Councillor Blake, Councillor Ian Crothers, Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor McFarlane and Councillor Walters. Thank you, Chair.
I see Councillor
in the meeting, Chair. Thank you.
I'll just say I'm here as well.
Noted, thanks.
Apologies from Councillor McFarlane as well, please.
And I have members indicating to speak.
Apologies from Councillor Pauline Drysdale. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Davis, 900 Juicy, please.
Apologies from Councillor Pauline Drysdale. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Juicy.
Chair, Councillor Blake contacted me and he was unable to get a connection, so I sent him an invite to his personal email address so he can use his personal device to look into to patch into the meeting. I'm not seeing his name in the list so far, but maybe it would be worth governance contacting Councillor Blake to sort this out.
Thanks, Councillor Juicy. Can you do that, Tracy? Thank you. Thanks, members. If that are all of the declarations of interest, you will note that the minutes from the previous meeting are not in your papers. They weren't prepared in time and they won't be brought to full council tomorrow. They'll be presented on the 31st of January, I think it is, at the next planning applications meeting. So, Tracy, can you outline the procedures we followed at the meeting today? Oh no, get declaration of interest first. Do any members have any declarations of interest? It would appear not, so I'll now ask Tracy to outline the procedure for today.
Thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees subjecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and then applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person, joining remotely via Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session, and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 3. I'm sure members will have noted the significant number of objectors, both appearing in person via Teams and with statements being read out. So I will hope and trust everyone will confine their presentation to 5 minutes, and I will ask anyone who's presenting today to make sure they conclude the presentation within a 5-minute period. Again, because of the significant number of written representations, we have sent in advance copies of all written statements to Councillor Dennerley, in the hope that he will have the opportunity to read them in advance, and that Tracy will be able to read out the statements at speed. And if that's an issue for Councillor Dennerley, then I'm sure his BSL person will let us know. So we move on to agenda item 3, an application for the erection of 56 dwelling houses with roof-mounted solar panels, formation of new access, internal road and footpath layout, 153 car parking spaces, suds ponds, services, infrastructure and landscaping at site adjacent to Challoch Farm, Liswalt. This is a full application, reference number 23/125/full. Recommendation is to approve subject to conditions attached, and the case officer is Chris McTeer. Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. The application is in front of members today as it constitutes a major development as defined in the hierarchy of development regulations, and in addition, more than 6 separate objections have been received to the application. So as you can see from the location plan, the application site is in the east of the village of Liswalt, 5.6 kilometres northwest of the town of Stranraer. The application site in itself runs to just under 3.5 hectares. The land has been identified within LDP2 as an allocated housing site, and it's been allocated the designation LSWH1, and the plan allocates 56 housing units in the lifetime of the plan up to 2029. The proposed development is set out in the committee report at paragraphs 1.6 and 1.7, but in summary comprises the erection of 56 dwellings with associated infrastructure, and the dwellings are a mix of 2, 3 and 4 bedroom, 1 and 2 storey terraced and semi-detached blocks based around a looped spine road running through the site, as you can see in the layout plan there. What I'll do is I'll run through a few of the house types that are proposed for this. The first one being house type H1, which is a 2-bedroom unit. So you can see the mix of modern materials and finishes and black UPVC windows and doors. So you can see to the right of the plan there, some of the housing type units are proposed to be features. So you can see the change in the material parts of the house in the gable elevation to the right and the front elevation to the right as well. It's moving on to the next house type. It's H2. That's a 3-bedroom unit, and you can see the solar panels on the bottom left plan there. And then the 4-bedroom ones, these ones have got stepped frontages, and again you can see the differences between the standard and featured dwellings. Moving on to the bungalows, this is house type H12, which is a 2-bedroomed bungalow, and H13, which is a 3-bed bungalow as well. All the dwellings themselves have to comply with council policy LDP 2 policy OP1F, which is the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions in new buildings, and there's a summary of the technology and materials in paragraphs 4.28 and 4.29 of your committee papers. We do have some illustrative visuals as well this time round. So this is looking into the village of Liswalt with the site on the left, and in the background you can see the parish church there. And again, that's just looking back with you back to the church into the front of the development. And this is looking into the site from the entrance. And this is in the middle of the site there, which shows some of the landscaping detail. It is illustrative, so there's a landscaping plan has been submitted with this application as well. And again, this one shows the difference between the standard and the feature frontages on the proposed dwellings as well. So looking through some of the site photographs, this is looking back across the site, so you can see the older houses just as you come into the village, the sort of traditional single-storey ones, and then just to the left of those are the newer developments in a monument view. And again, this is just looking across the site. You can see the church central in the distance to the background there. So the site is relatively level, and the levels only rise towards the rear of the site, as you can see there. So this picture is taken from a landscape bund, which is next to one of the larger farm buildings at Charlock Farm. And again, this is looking back out of the village, so you can see on the right of the photograph there the farm building and the bund too. Just a bit more detail of the church and the boundary with the dwellings in Church Grove. And this is looking from the entrance to Monument View, so the dwelling houses on the other side of the road. So, been round and taken some photographs of the houses surrounding the site. So this is just taken from Church Grove, so you can get an idea of the built development in the locale. And again, these ones up at the top of the hill. So the site is to the left of the furthest away dwelling there. This is Glen Road, so that's just behind the church, and Church Grove entrance is just over to the right. And again, that's the dwellings at Glen Road. Into Mansfield Place, so this is the housing to the north of the site. And the dwellings in Mansfield Place as well. And this is into Monument View. So In summary, the application's been assessed against the policies of the Standing Development Plan and NPF 4. In principle, the development is compatible with policies H1 and policy 16 of NPF 4, and significant weight to its status as an allocated housing site has been given. Technical considerations around the site, roads and flooding have been agreed with the relevant internal consultees, and for the reasons set out in the report, it is recommended that the application is approved subject to the conditions listed. And as ever, I'm happy to answer any questions members might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Questions for the case officer from members? Councillor Giusti, please, and then Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. I've got 3 questions. Would you like me to take them one by one, or would you like me to list them off and answer at the end?
Just list them, and I'm sure Chris will take a note and respond in full, Andrew.
Thanks for that, Chair. So I'll start with 2.4. Scottish Water have no objections to this application, but some of the reports come from this wall that Scottish Water have been doing a bit of digging and some investigative work. Is that related to this site, or is that just going ahead as a matter of course with Scottish Water? Are the two related? Number 2.6, Police Scotland have given us a comment, but it's not listed within the report. What does that entail, please? I've read it online, but for the rest of the committee, please, Chris. And on number 3 of our papers, one of the objections lists that, 3.P is what I'll call it, and that requires Scottish ministers' consent for the destruction or the removal of that stone wall. Is that indeed required?
Chris?
Yep, so looking at your first point, the Scottish Waterworks, I couldn't honestly say whether the digging in the village is to do with this development or not. Consent is required from Scottish Water once plans are in place. I think it's a pre-development inquiry needs to be agreed with Scottish Water. That's something that the applicant would undertake with that. So I don't think the two are linked with that. The comments from Police Scotland, I can't remember off the top of my head, but we do note in the report that the responses are available online. It is, I mean, I did put down that they're sort of regarding road safety and traffic management, which is something that my colleagues within the council's road service have looked at. So the transport assessment that came with the application has been looked at by the relevant parties within the council there. So I think there's generally a lot of link up between what Police Scotland look for and what my colleagues in the road service look for as well. So, but I couldn't specifically say off the top of my head what the comments were without having a look at them online. Turning to point 3P, it's something that I did actually have to look at myself. Now, the GAEC regulations are good agricultural and environmental conditions, and they relate to areas of farmland that attract a subsidy. So I did have to Google this. If I believe if a farmer were to remove a section of the wall, then a consent of some sort is required from the Scottish ministers for that. But in this case, we're looking at a residential development, so that particular aspect wouldn't apply as far as I can tell. I hope that answers your questions.
If it doesn't, Andrew, I'll have you come back later. Councillor Campbell, John Campbell, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, thanks for your report, Chris. It's just following on for Councillor Giusti about the wall, the existing stone wall. Was there any discussion between the applicant and and planning officials around the retention of this particular wall?
Chris?
There was some discussion, yes, and it's probably worth pointing out that one of the elements that came out of the pre-application discussion, because we did feel that it very much is a feature, of the sort of the village, or that particular part of the village. What you can't actually see in the location plan, it's something that was in the landscaping plans, is that we are, or the applicant is reusing the wall as a feature coming into the development. So where you turn in off the B798, the sort of the dry stone wall, or elements of the dry stone wall, are going to be along the edge of the areas of open space. So that was something that we sort of discussed with the applicant during the pre-application stage. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And just on the pre-planning history, there was a recent planning application that was approved conditionally on the 31st of May. I'm just wondering if there's already planning permission, why is this particular planning coming ahead when it was already, I think, planning in 2012, and then the planning permission to vary the condition? I don't know, is that just because the previous planning had run out from 2012? Just some clarity on that, if I could, please.
Chris?
As ever, this that particular application wasn't simple, but just in brief, there was a planning application in, as you say, quite a number of years ago for this particular site, with a similar layout to the one that's in front of members today. Now, from my understanding, and this predates my time working with the council, the application was approved at I think the sort of the West Area Committee, as it was back in the day. There was an approval given then, subject to Section 75 being concluded to pick up on things like affordable housing. Now, discussions around the Section 75 faltered, as sometimes happens. These things kind of disappeared off people's desks, and I discovered this one earlier on this year when we were doing the sort of the pre-application discussions around the site. We realised that the consent had never been issued and the Section 75 had never been agreed, and my colleagues in the council's legal services felt that we ought to have one last go at concluding the Section 75, which they actually did, and the old permission was issued this year. As with any sort of site or planning application, you can have more than one application for the site. So I don't think there was any intention to develop the other one. It was just a sort of bit of legacy work that was picked up on this year. I hope that clears things up.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, John. Councillor Slater, then Councillor Dashper. David?
Thank you, Chair. This is probably more of an observation regarding the population of Leswold and the fact that 56 houses could be built there. That could probably go to, say, 100 people in that area, and what are amenities for them and schooling for them as well. And one other point is, are some of these homes to be affordable homes? Thank you.
Given that it's a social landlord, every home will be an affordable home, and the population size is just down to someone's opinion, I think. But if it's a question, fine. It was an observation. Thanks very much for that, David. Councillor Dashper, Ben.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just picking up on 4.37, page 24, about in relation to the school capacity and such. I know that Leswold School currently, I think it only has about 15 spaces at present. It also says that the nursery the local nursery is the Shooken School Nursery. That's in the catchment area. That's at 90% utilisation. If we go back to 2.7 on page 16, the Council's Education Service are telling us that they would want a contribution as a developer contribution. Now, I know that RSLs have an exemption in terms of doing developer contributions, but is that something within the gift of this committee? I know that if they have an exemption, I mean, if the Education Service are telling us that they want money to fund additional places, is that something that we can add as a condition?
Thanks, Ben. Chris?
We've hit this this particular hurdle before, and I think I'll defer to David on on this one.
David?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris. Yes, the Council's policy on this is set out in both LDP2 and then the supplementary guidance on developer contributions. And it was agreed at that time that developer contributions were not going to be required from registered social landlords. The main reason for this is that they are not funded to go and be able to make developer contributions, unlike a private sector development. So that's the reason behind it. I fully understand why there's occasionally some disquiet about that, for the reason that whilst they might not be funded for it, they are still putting pressure on the council. In terms of whether or not you could require it as a Section 75, it wasn't required as any of the previous permissions on that site, mainly because it wasn't a policy that was in place at the time. But if it had been a private development, then yes, it would have been something that would have been looked for. But because the current applicant isn't, it isn't something which, under policy, we could attach.
Okay, thank you. I'm just very conscious that, you know, if there's only at the moment 15 spaces and we're about to build 56 new homes, well, do the maths, you know. That's my concern. Thanks.
And your point's well made, Ben, and I think, though, it's a different discussion for a different forum. Thank you. If there are no other elected members' questions for our case officer, we'll move to the registered speakers for today. You'll be invited along chronologically, so Tracy may well read out some, then it'll be Microsoft Teams, and then an in-person back to statements, and that's just the way that we work as a committee. We list the people who register first to speak, first opportunity when we come to planning committee on the day. So we have a number of statements to be read out by Tracy, concluding with Lynn McDowell, and then we'll come to a Teams objector. So whenever you're ready, Tracy, bearing in mind no more than 5 minutes allocation to any statement that you're reading out today. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So the first statement is from Gerald Bailey, objector. I wish to express my strong objection to the proposed development by Wheatley Homes at Leswell. Primarily, this proposal is not in keeping with the size and scale of the existing village, and therefore in complete contrast to guidelines set out by both the Scottish Government National Planning Framework 4 and Local Development Plan. Development proposals in rural areas should be suitably scaled, sized and designed to be within keeping with the character of the area. They should also consider how the development will contribute towards local living and take into account the transport needs of the development as appropriate for the rural economy. MPF 4, February 2023. The plan proposal for Shallock at Leswald is not suitably scaled, sited and designed in keeping with the character of the area. 46 houses in this small area of land equates to approximately 50% increase in housing in Leswald in a tiny area of the village. As a recent letter to the Wigtonshire Free Press, October 18th, 2023, stated, this scale equivalent will be adding 5 million people to London. This is not an organic development. It is an attempt by Wheatley Homes to maximise profit with no consideration of the impact on the village of Leswald. Considering Leswald currently only has approximately 100 houses in the village, a written representation of 98 objections is significant. Further public meetings in Leswald have identified the strength of objection against this proposal. with attendees being from the village and beyond. I hope elected members represent their constituents and reject this proposal. And the second statement is Rona Bailey, objector. I wish to strongly object to the proposed development of 56 houses at site adjacent to Charlotte Farm, Leswell. This proposal does not support the points set out in National Planning Framework for Scotland, namely Sustainable Transport Policy 13B 1, provide direct, easy, segregated and safe links to local facilities via walking, wheeling and cycling networks before occupation, and Policy 13D, development proposal for significant travel generating uses will not be supported in locations which would increase reliance on private car, taking into account the specific characteristics of the area. Leswell does not have regular public transport to the town of Stranraer, where all facilities are. A bus does not run on a Sunday. Residents of this proposed new development would require reliance on a private car to take them to any supermarkets, doctors, dentists, restaurant, post office, etc. This will have significant impact on the volume of traffic, and Police Scotland have also made comments regarding road safety and traffic management in their report regarding this development. This is further echoed in Policy 15 of the National Planning Framework for Scotland, provision of land in the right locations to accommodate future need and demand for new homes supported by the appropriate infrastructure. Unfortunately, Leswell is not the right location for a development of this size. It is not supported by the appropriate infrastructure. I respectfully request that the Planning Committee therefore reject this planning proposal based on the points I am raising today, as well as the points raised by the other 97 letters of objection previously submitted. The next statement is Sheila Bailey, objector. I wish to strongly object to the proposal to build 56 houses in the site adjacent to Charlotte Farm. Core reasons for this include that this development is clearly not suitably scaled and designed to be in keeping with the existing settlement at Leswell, as per Scottish Government's Scottish National Planning Framework 4 of February 2023. This government framework has been further reinforced by a member of the Scottish Parliament, Finlay Carson, MSP. He has recently been quoted as saying he has written to Wheatley Homes South to raise his concerns with them in regard to the scale of the development, the limited public transport and the potential impact on local services such as the school. It is the belief of our elected MSP that Leswell is inappropriate for this development, and from the strength of feeling at several public meetings, the community of Leswell and beyond agree. Mr Carson goes on to state, given the scale of the development and number of objections, he wishes the representations are given due consideration, and I believe he has written directly to the Planning Department to raise his concern of the plans. I urge all those on the Planning Committee today to look closely at the volume of objections and reasons for this. Leswell is not the right place for this proposal and development of this scale. This is further echoed in Policy 15 of the National Planning Framework for Scotland, provision of land in the right locations to accommodate future need and demand for new homes, supported by the appropriate infrastructure. Leswell is not the right location. It is not supported by the appropriate infrastructure. There is no regular public transport, there is no supermarket, no doctor, no post office and no restaurants. This would conflict with the National Planning Framework 4 Policy 13D. Development proposals for significant travel generating uses will not be supported in locations which would increase reliance on the private car. This huge development in the small village of Leswell would require new residents to be reliant on a car to access amenities. Subsequently, this would increase the volume of traffic to and from the small settlement, and Police Scotland have raised concern. Thus, this proposal does not have the backing of Scottish Government policy or our Member of Scottish Parliament for Galloway and West Dumfries. Furthermore, as well as these points raised today in this statement, I wish you to consider all additional 7 points which were raised in my letter of objection, as well as the other 98 letters of objection submitted to the Planning Department. There is a significant volume of representation that cannot be ignored, and the Planning Committee must take account of this. Leswell is not the correct location for a development of this size. The next statement is Gordon Hannah, objector. I wish to make representation to the Planning Committee on the 13th of December. As we were not allowed much time to make representation, I won't go over the very valid objection issues that have already been raised. Searching through the mountain of policies and procedures, both of the MPF4 and LDP, I would like to raise the following points of which I consider to be very valid for consideration. Policy 13 of MPF4 states that 1. The application will be supported only if direct, easy, segregated and safe links to local facilities via walking, wheeling and cycling networks are in place prior to occupation. 2. Development proposals for significant travel generating use will not be supported in locations which will increase reliance on the private car, taking into account the specific characters of the area. Both of the above points are very relevant at this directive of point 1. Safe travel links will never be in place prior to occupation, and there will be a huge increase in reliance of private cars to the location of the proposed development. Finally, I wish to raise the issues of material consideration. According to the Planning Applications Committee report, the objections raised are not considered material enough to seek refusal based on Section 25 of the Planning Act. However, having checked Section 25 of the Act, there is no clear definition of what is and what is not considered to be material. 4. The decision maker will have to decide what considerations are material to the determination of the application. However, the question of whether or not a consideration is a material consideration is a question of law, and so something which is ultimately for the courts to determine. If it is for the decision maker to assess both the weight to be attached to each material consideration and whether individually or together they are sufficient to outweigh the development plan. Based on the above, I would like to propose a decision on the application to be postponed until there is legal clarity on what and what is not material consideration. The next statement is Ellen Johnston, objector. I am one of the objectors to this planning application. I reside at 5 Monument Street, Leswold. Due to work, I will not be able to attend the meeting. I strongly object to this proposal as it is utterly inappropriate in both scale and character. I believe the clearly expressed wishes of local residents be respected by our local representatives. The next statement is Gordon Johnston, objector. It repeats the same statement, Chair. I strongly object to this proposal that is utterly inappropriate in both scale and character, and I believe clearly expressed wishes of local residents be respected by our local representatives. The next statement is Jacqueline Loveridge. 1. The development is not suitably scaled, sited and designed in keeping with the character of the area. This is contrary to National Planning Framework 4. 2. The development would be contrary to the Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan because it does not relate to the scale and size of the existing village nor to the layout, density, design and character of the existing village. 3. The Planning Department imposed stringent building standards as regards materials, style and height of the houses in Church Grove, Mansfield Place and Monument View, which were mainly built and occupied by local people. It has imposed none of these standards on Wheatley homes, resulting in planning application which is totally out of place in the small village of Leswold. 4. The proposed development will ruin the view of our church, which is a listed building. This view is a public amenity. 5. The houses in Mansfield Place, Monument View and Church Grove will lose privacy. 6. The proposed development will result in a huge increase in traffic in the village and CO2 emissions, since apart from a small shop, all amenities are located 3 miles away in Stranraer. Buses are infrequent and there is no cycle path or pavement. This cannot be reconciled to Scotland's legally binding commitment to net zero emissions by 2045. To help achieve this goal, National Planning Framework 4 states that we must make significant progress towards this net zero by 2030, including reducing car kilometres travelled by 20% by reducing the need to travel and promoting more sustainable transport. It also points out that car ownership and use is higher in Dumfries and Galloway than the national average. Public transport, walking and cycling is correspondingly low. Is there any plan to put in place a cycle path or pavement to Stranraer, or to increase the number of buses? I understand Wheatley Homes is planning to install electric car charging points in the new development. Given the fact that the new and second-hand electric cars are significantly more expensive than petrol or diesel equivalents, I would suggest that people living in social housing will be unlikely to be able to afford them for some time. So these electrical charging points are at the moment just greenwashing. 7. On the 8th of June, a preliminary ecological appraisal was lodged on the Council Planning Application Portal. It states that further survey work is considered appropriate to confirm the presence or absence of roosting bats. The findings to be presented in a separate standalone report. I cannot find this report on the Council portal. Has it been carried out? My understanding is that consideration of European protected species must be given as part of the planning application process, not as an issue to be dealt with at a later stage. 8. Finally, given the density and scale of the proposed development, it will increase the village housing stock by approximately 40% in a small area, and the strength of feeling in the village against it. I ask that the Planning Committee make a site visit so you can see for yourselves what Wheatley are wanting to impose in our little community. Thank you for your attention. The next one is Lynn McDowell, objector. I am very disappointed that this meeting could not have taken place in Stranraer so that the local people could have voiced a concern and could have attended. I am very concerned that you are wanting to approve this large, low-cost housing development in our very small rural village of Leswold, picturesque rural village of Leswold. I have outlined some of my concerns. 1. This development is not proportional to the existing small village. 2. There are no jobs, doctors' shops, libraries and other vital amenities that would be essential to a low-cost housing development. 3. There is not enough space in the village school, which has all just been refurbished at great expense to accommodate a development of this size. 4. It cannot make environmental sense to develop a greenfield site where there are brownfield sites available in Stranraer town. The amount of traffic this development would create would also have environmental impact on the area. There is no footpath into Stranraer and would be extremely dangerous to attempt to walk on the road. 5. There has historically been very strict restrictions on any development in the Leswold area. These applications have had to be in keeping with the village. For example, Galloway Cottage, with a predominant roof, which must be clad in slate. This application is totally adherent to these conditions, which everyone else has had to do. I do hope the committee will accept our concerns and reject this unacceptable application.
Thank you, Tracy. That concludes the first section of written statements. We now come to next objector is Pam Rickson on Microsoft Teams. Pam, if you're with us, can you join, please? Good morning, Pam. I'm sure you've heard the requirements placed on representatives. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I will ask you with 30 seconds to go, or remind you with 30 seconds to go, to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And I'd be grateful if you'd wait in case any members have any questions for you. So just whenever you're ready, Pam. Thank you.
Thank you. I shan't be very long. I'm trying to keep it quite succinct. Good morning, everybody. Being sort of later in the process of speaking, please forgive any repetition. The housing development in the village guidance the housing development in village guidance is part of the LDP2, and that clearly states that the number of units proposed must relate to the scale and size of existing villages, and the layout and density must also be relative. I ask, therefore, why it is that you are happy to consider approving plans to increase the size of a small village by up to 40%. This is social housing in a village environment, which is going to increase emissions. There are no facilities in Leswold, and this we see as going to lead to social problems. Social housing should be built in Stranraer, where there is capacity to build in Springbank Road, Easter Glebe Cemetery, Moorfield, West Leafield and Leswold Road, as set out on page 210 of the LDP. There is space there for 379 houses. Families will have all the facilities that they need, and the carbon footprint will be much less. Therefore, the planning application herein being discussed should be refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you for being so succinct. Questions for Pam from members? No. In that case, Pam, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We now have another number of, one written statement and then in-person one. So one written statement from Matthew Robertson. Tracy, please.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Matthew Robertson, objector. I wish to raise my strong objection to the proposed development at Shallock Leswell. This is not in keeping with the village of Leswell and does not have access to amenities such as supermarkets, doctors and post office. It would put pressure on the local village school of Leswell. I note that from the documents submitted, Wheatley Homes would be required to make contribution to the catchment nursery of Shookham Primary School Nursery for £21,638.40 as it is over 90% utilised. Yet the village primary school in Leswell would not benefit at all. But this is the very school that would be under pressure for places with approximately a 50% increase in house in the village. The recent Education Committee papers state that Leswell Primary is currently at 92% efficiency by catchment. The school cannot take another 50% of the current school role. The Scottish Government National Planning Framework 4 February 2023 Policy 29B states development proposals in rural areas should be suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area. They should consider how the development would contribute towards local living and take into account the transport needs of the development as appropriate for the rural economy. The proposed development is not suitably scaled, sited and designed in keeping with the character of the area. Leswell currently has approximately 140 houses in the village. This development will increase the village housing by approximately 40%. The density of houses proposed is not found anywhere else in the village. Monument View, the last housing development in the village, which lies adjacent to the proposed development site, has 28 houses built on a similar sized plot of land. No account has been taken for the transport needs of the proposed development. The Scottish National Planning Framework states Scotland's climate change plan, backed by legislation, has set our approach to achieving net zero emission by 2045, and we must make significant progress towards this by 2030, including reducing car kilometres travelled by 20% by reducing the need to travel and promoting more sustainable transport. The planning framework also states that car ownership and use is higher in Dumfries and Galloway than the national average. Public transport, walking and cycling is correspondingly low. So granting planning permission to a development whose residents are heavily dependent on cars for transport will be going totally against the aims of the Scottish National Framework as regards to reducing car use. Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan states the Council will support housing development proposals in villages subject to their policies in the plan where the number of units proposed relates to the scale and size of the existing village, subject to other policies in the plan where it does not on its own or in contribution with other developments in the housing market undermine the overall objective of the spatial strategy, and it relates to the layout, density and design of the character and form of the existing village. The proposed development is not in relation to the size and scale of the existing village and is totally in total contrast to the layout, density, design and character of the existing village. The Scottish National Planning Framework also states that where possible, avoid the use of prime quality agricultural land and consider reusing brownfield, vacant and derelict land and buildings instead of greenfield land. This can be achieved by refusing planning permission for this planning application and encouraging developers to use the 5 allotted housing sites in Stranraer. These could accommodate 379 homes. This would also enable residents of new houses to easily access facilities whilst reducing car emission. Finally, I would like to quote from the Ministerial Forward of the Scottish Government National Planning Framework 4. People care about their neighbourhoods and rightly and reasonably expect that a new development should improve their lives rather than undermining what they value most. There is no need for this amount of affordable housing in Leswell. Poor transport links make it unsuitable. The site has not been chosen and it is as the best situation. It has been chosen to maximise financial gain for Wheatley Homes. The developers told us at their consultation meeting that this site was chosen as it was cheap. When other sites were identified locally, they commented that it was for the sale for too much money, acknowledging their focus on profit, not community. The people of Leswell are overwhelmingly against the proposed new development and should be listened to. For all the above reasons, this planning application should be refused.
Thank you, Tracy. We come to our first registered speaker in person, Ian Robinson. Ian, if you'd like to come forward, please. And the same request to you, Ian. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, sir.
Can I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my objection. I am not against social housing and understand that the need is there. I object to the size of the proposed development. In a small village with few amenities, a small school, a village shop, and of course we have an accountant. The developer seems to think it's okay to build 56 dwellings and 153 parking spaces, and it won't change the village. Well, it will. It will make us into a small town. Without any medical facilities, no doctors, no dentists, and a poor bus service that is inadequate. It seems strange at a time of global warming that the Leswell carbon footprint will probably be raised by 40%. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, sir. Any questions for Mr. Robinson? In that case, thank you for coming forward. Tracy, it's back to you again.
Thanks, Chair. The next statement is Jackie Robinson, objector. After actively looking for a quiet rural village with stunning scenery and close community to retire to, we came across Leswell. People from across the country said, "That's a lovely village." Those people were right. We have now been here for 4 years. The village has changed a little in that time. It has changed a lot over the years, and yes, it will grow and change again. But seriously, to want to increase the village by nearly 50% practically overnight, what do you think that would do to the village, the community, the feelings of many? It is a total disproportionate suggestion. My question, has anyone from planning in Dumfries been to Leswell? If you have, I'm sure you would see the beauty in the village as we all do. If you do, come and see for yourselves. Try to imagine what impact the building of 56 houses in one go would have. Previously, a few houses have been built at a time. The plans have been in more keeping and empathetic to the existing village. I simply ask you to please reconsider this application. Please keep Leswell the small, leafy, sleepy village that it was loved for miles around. Next statement is David and Christine Smith, objectors. We would like to take this opportunity to express our very strong objection to the planning proposal to erect 56 dwelling houses and 153 car parking spaces in Leswell. Our village is a small, safe and beautiful, and when we built our home in 2005, we had to adhere to very strict planning conditions. Our house had to follow these stringent constraints to a T, such as single storey, hipped and slated roof, red facing brick, cream white render, and have small windows. These are very constricting planning conditions, encourage extra expenses to the build, but we were informed, as well as other homeowners at the time, that the properties must be in keeping with the existing cottage-style properties in the village. The planning we have seen is to shoehorn 53 double-storey houses and numerous parking spaces into one very small area. Our area, 28 houses were built, whereas this area of approximately the same size will have 53 houses and over 153 parking spaces. This will ruin the beautiful entrance to our village. The proposed entrance to the site is very dangerous. This corner is also used as a cattle crossing by Charlotte Farm several times a day. This is potentially hazardous entrance to the proposed development. Leswell Village is typically parish with a stable population and has the natural flow of people moving in and out of the existing properties in the village. This development will mean far too many people will be living in the village, as there are few amenities here. Therefore, new inhabitants will have to travel to Stranraer for shopping, secondary, Stranraer Academy, Dumfries and Galloway College, education, swimming pool, cinema and medical facilities and appointments. Surely it would make more sense to build in Stranraer itself. Building houses in Stranraer would save countless journeys in and out of Stranraer, needless commutes which will add to pollution. We are very unhappy and frustrated with the way the council has approached the overall project. Our community has been blindsided, lots of decisions have already been made, and if the project was a done deal, with the whole community of Lesbos feeling we have not been given the chance to voice our objections. We are hopeful that today the council will finally see sense, realising the community of Lesbos' concerns are valid and common sense will prevail. The next statement is Alison Thompson, objector. I would first like to say that the meeting should have been held in Stranraer for all local residents would have been able to attend, not nearly 2 hours away in Dumfries. The main points I would like to make are the proposed site is a lush green space filled with wildlife. This will all be disturbed. Environmental green sites should not be considered where there are brownfield sites in Stranraer, close to amenities and would be suitable for this amount of houses. 56 dwelling houses is overdevelopment for the space, increasing the village by 40%. Being in this rural location brings inequality to tenants on low incomes living in low-cost housing. Cost of travel being the main issue, with the site location being 3.7 miles from Stranraer town centre. Lack of jobs in Lesbos will also be an issue, with no current pedestrian route to and from Stranraer. This will mean tenants need their own transport or public transport costing them more to live out in Lesbos than in Stranraer. Lesbos Primary School has just undergone a refurbishment. There is no way of increasing the size of this small school, so it would not accommodate all the children you propose to move into the village, meaning that eligible children in the school catchment but living more rurally would miss out on places to accommodate the children placed in the proposed houses in the centre of the village. The level of traffic to and from the village of Lesbos will be increased. Lesbos Primary School does not qualify for a school crossing patrol, being such a small school. Increasing the amount of traffic to the village is a dangerous issue for children crossing at school times. With the volume of traffic increasing, so will the noise levels for all residents around the village, also bringing congestion issues when there is a wedding or funeral held at Lesbos Church. The view of Lesbos Church is going to be spoilt with the houses being built so close, taking away the beauty and overall aesthetic of the historic church building. The proposed look of the houses to be built does not match the current character of the houses in the area of the village. Houses are being built in the village previously to this application had to follow strict planning guidelines. These 56 proposed houses are not in keeping with the existing village character. I hope the points I have made to the Planning Committee show my concerns and in turn reject this application.
Thanks, Tracy. The next registered speaker is Gordon Wemyss of Leswalt Community Association, who's here in person. I'd like to come forward. Gordon, please. I'm sure everybody will understood the sort of the arrangements by now. 5 minutes, or remind you 30 seconds to go, and if you'd wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've heard a lot of information from written statements, and we'll hear more to come. But I would just like to point out that there were at least 90 objections to this plan, not all of which have been will be represented today, but I just thought I would make that clear to demonstrate or to tell the committee how important this is for the village of Leswalt. Yes, I am indeed. I'm Gordon Weems, and I'm the chair of Leswalt Community Association. As such, I've been able to gauge the views of the residents of Leswalt, and also have been in direct contact with the developer. So I'm in a lucky position to see, maybe for more than some people, from both sides of the argument. But I would like to immediately point out that we recognise there is a huge demand for social housing nationally. The overwhelming issue that the village have, as I'm sure you've understood by now, is the size of the development. It's not the development as such. I think that there is. Most of the people who live in Leswalt have no problem at all with a development. It is simply the size. It's been repeated over and over again, as you will be aware, that there are about 120, 130 houses within Liswalt village. 56. If you asked a reasonable person, any reasonable person, to look at the plan, they would almost 100% of people would say, well, the first thing is it's far too big. It's far too big for the village. It's obviously far too big. The second thing is, when you look at the size, the design of the houses, the design of the houses are not in keeping with the current houses. And that, to me, and to my way of thinking, and I think to a reasonable person's way of thinking, is that this immediately is going to, if it goes ahead as proposed, it is immediately going to have a feeling of a village within a village. There are going to be essentially an urban development, because that's what these houses are going to look like. They're going to look like town houses within an obvious small development of a village. Those are the big concerns we have. The developer has had public meetings. I think there have been 2 public meetings. I have the feeling that those public meetings were set up because they had to have them. The developer felt that it was part of the process, and they had to go through this paper exercise of apparently asking for the views of the villagers. I emailed the developer after the second public meeting and asked if, as a result of the objections that had been raised at the meetings, whether they would consider altering their plans. It was just a simple no. This is what the developer wants to push through this plan without any concerns that have been raised. And we feel that that is extremely unfair to the village. But if I could just maybe perhaps finish off, I had written an awful lot, but I didn't want to maybe bore the committee with just saying the same things over and over again. But I would just like to finish by saying that is this really the best solution? To take a small, remote and isolated village, poorly served with road links and with an intermittent bus service at best, and we have heard from Swestrans recently at one of our committee meetings that the current service as it is going to almost certainly be lost within a very small framework of time. But with such poor links to the town of Stranraer, is this really the best site for such a big development? And without addressing these problems, the developer seems to just be hell-bent on pushing ahead with the proposal that they have and not being in a position of listening to the concerns of the residents. And I would just like to finish off by saying, can I appeal to the committee at this last-ditch appeal to consider rejecting this proposal in its current form and perhaps recommend rethinking the design and layout of the site. I think there is a solution to this, but I think it would be tragic if the village was to be upended because of a tunnel vision of a company looking to maximise the provision of housing alone to the detriment of the people who may want to live in a small, peaceful community. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Gordon. Any questions? Ben?
Hi, Gordon. Thanks for coming along. You said that you'd like to see it rejected in its current form. Okay. I'm just sort of wondering, if there was going to be housing there, just chew gum with me here for a second, if there was going to be housing there, what would be a more acceptable development, or how many houses, for example?
Well, I mean, at the risk of sounding as if I'm plucking figures out of the air, I would think that maybe between 10 and 15 houses would be an acceptable number.
So something similar to Monument View?
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes, I think that would be acceptable. As I say, the residents overwhelmingly have no objections to a development. It is simply the size, and I can't emphasise that strongly enough.
Okay, that's useful, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Councillor Campbell, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Gordon, for your representation. You would be aware that I asked questions about the previous planning. Now, there was planning permission on September the 3rd, 2012, was for 56 dwellings. There was further planning permission granted again for 56 dwellings, and this planning permission again is for 56 dwellings. I'm just wondering what's changed over the years, because the size and scale hasn't changed from the 2012 approved planning permission. So, what's actually changed for that size of development that so many representations are being put forward? Thank you.
Do you want me to reply to reply to that? I was not involved, although I've lived in Liswalt for nearly 40 years. I wasn't involved in anything to do with 2012, so I'm not really in a position. Very little has changed within the village. We certainly haven't got more facilities, and we haven't got better transport links to Stranraer. So in that respect, things haven't changed. But I would just reiterate that I think that a reasonable person, and I don't know why it was approved in 2012. I note that it didn't go ahead, but I just would ask the committee, the people responsible for making these decisions, is just to search their common sense, if I can put it like that, and see that this is potentially a huge change to a small village that is already badly served with communication links and services within the village itself.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but the point I was trying to make was nothing's changed in the size and scale. It's still 56 houses. But thanks very much, Gordon.
Thank you. One more question for you. It's from Councillor Giusti.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Gordon. Gordon, it's on the back of your answer to Councillor Dashburn, which was 10 to 15 houses. One of the things I'm getting from a lot of objections that I've read is also the materials going to be used and the contrast of those materials with the likes of the church. What's your opinion on that, please?
Well, as I alluded to in my presentation, I do think that the plans for the materials to be used and the design of the houses, the 2-storey, 3- and 4-bedroom houses, is in contrast to the existing houses. And I feel that a new design that was more harmonious with the existing houses would make the village look more attractive, but it would also, I think, help to create an ethos of companionability with the existing residents and the new residents.
Thanks, Andrew. Thank you. If that concludes the questions, thank you for the presentation, Gordon. Thank you. Back to you, Tracy.
Chair, the next statement is Caitlin Wilson, objector. To members of the committee, had the proposed development been for half the number of houses, then I would not be submitting this statement. I object to the scale of the development proposed and would like to avoid the negative impacts that this will likely have on the local community and also the local authority of Dumfries and Galloway Council. There is an undeniable need for more social housing across the region. However, allowing a housing association to expand the size of the village of Leswell by over 40% when they have no responsibility ensuring that deliverability of the village, including the new development, remains intact. My view would be reckless and short-sighted. My main concerns are around the lack of clarity given from previous queries raised regarding Leswell Primary School. I believe that for 56 2- to 4-bedroom dwellings, that there's been a likely underestimate provided by the Council's Economy and Resources Department in May, where they predicted new enrolments to Leswell Primary post-development as 8 pupils. This figure seems to have not had some factors accounted for in the calculations. This calculation is based on the current number of heads per household to predict future enrolment. As there has not been any new social housing built in Leswell for many years, Some current tenants are protected from the bedroom tax. New tenants would not be allocated a house unless every bedroom is required. That, along with a split share of housing in the village being private, means that the number of people per household is currently lower than it would be post-development. If we instead take the regional estimation of 19 new pupils, this would then bring the school over its capacity of 48 pupils. This could have negative impacts on the village's livability and the council's climate action progress. If all new families wish to enrol their children to their local school but are unable due to the lack of spaces, this prevents them from integrating into the community when they have moved into. Or if they should instead go to schools in nearby Stranraer, this adds more traffic onto the road, increasing pollution and congestion, and is counterproductive in achieving the council's climate emergency goals. I hope my points are taken into consideration when making your decision.
Thanks, Tracy. Our next registered speaker is Ian Wright. If Ian would like to come forward, please. And again, the same arrangement, Ian. 5 minutes to go. I remind you with 30 seconds to go, and if you'd wait in case there are questions, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks again to Gordon for speaking quite eloquently on everyone's behalf. I might not manage to match that, but I will maybe try and muddle through. I myself have resided in the Liswalt area for the entirety of my life, and currently live in Liswalt Schoolhouse, which we purchased in a derelict state. After 8 years of renovation, we've turned it from an eyesore into what I would consider a beautiful family home. My son this year started attendance at Liswalt Primary School, the same school which I attended some 33 years ago. And my daughter will follow also in the next few years. I think it's fair to say that I have a unique perspective on this village, which I hold close to my heart. And it's for this reason that I would say to you that I am not adverse to change or progression for the village. It would be an entirely selfish view to deny future progress for the area. And in fact, I would welcome some housing on the proposed Charlick site. However, it's for the very same reasons that I have to protest my deep sadness and concern for the proposed development from Wheatley Home South. The scale of this proposal in relation to the village is gross in nature, and a site with some 20 houses, say, would be far more realistic and decent. And having attended all the public consultations, as well as having directed emails to D&G Planning, it's safe to say that the motive is to push this through no matter the cost. Those present listened to unrealistic responses to the concerns raised about the antisocial aspect sometimes present in schemes of this size. And it's clear that if this behaviour were to be present, then Wheatley Homes will have no realistic input moving forward. This is characteristic of the problems faced when a housing association has no legal obligation to serve the interest of the area that they build the housing on. And instead, it would be passed off to an already overstretched local police force. The same police force which have raised concern over traffic safety of the site were it to go ahead. At no point have Wheatley Homes or the council showed any genuine intent to follow due process or actually listen to the community concerns, or waver from their desired goal and find common ground. And in fact, they've been completely elusive, and where they can't find an answer, it would appear they just create one that suits the agenda. And let's remember, it's not only the people in the village they are happy to victimise, it's also the people who they intend to fill these houses with that will suffer. The most vulnerable in society on low income will not even be able to send their own children to this primary school, which is almost at capacity. A point which the council, I feel, have made two laughable attempts to deflect. The first being that a scheme of 56 family-sized homes will generate 0.14 children of primary school age per property. The second, that Shuken Primary School, 3 miles away in Stranraer, is in the catchment area zone and therefore is an acceptable alternative. When questioning why it's acceptable to put 56 houses in the area with no amenities, when it is in contradiction to their own climate emergency policies, their tactic is again to try and deflect by talking about the eco-standard of construction of the houses. However, carbon offset via property EPC rating is a standard by law and cannot be used to offset their own climate policies they are prepared to break. I would also like to put forward this matter of the Section 75 again, which I know we've touched on, but it was myself who first contacted Plan about this after noticing on the planning website that the original 75 notice from 2015, and I quote, required commencement of the development within 3 years. and now had been approved mid-2023, some 8 years later. The initial response from the head of planning was that he knew nothing about it, but some days later was happy to inform me that after checking, the point was moot, because it was actually 3 years or a suitable timescale deemed by the officer at the time. It's a well-known statement of fact that planning are more than happy to adhere to the 3-year rule when it relates to a private site without council interest attached. And this again only seems to add to the case that they are willing to push this through no matter the cost. Surely we have not reached the point where local councils and social housing organisations have so much power that the people on the ground have no voice and no rights. And it's for this reason that I would please ask you to stand with the people of Liswold, not against social housing in the village.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Thank you. But for the right social housing in the village. Housing that will benefit the area and its inhabitants, as well as the new people moving into them, so that we can all move forward together rather than live segregated lives in discord. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Thanks for bringing your presentation to a conclusion. Any questions for Mr. Wright? Councillor Giusti.
Mr. Wright, you mentioned the school catchment area. Will this new development, has it been discussed that this new development will be in the catchment area, Shuken, where the rest of the village is within the catchment area of the current school? Do you have any confirmation on that?
I believe I seen that they'd mentioned about Shuken in the letter which was gave to this committee in response, advance response to the objections that were raised by residents in Liswold, and that's where I'd seen that they'd basically said Shuken would be an alternative as it was in the catchment area. Yep.
Thanks, Andrew. If there are no other questions, Ben.
So yeah, just to come in on that point, I think it's in the catchment area of the nursery, Shuken Nursery, but not the primary school. So it's in the Leswalt Primary School, but the Shuken Nursery catchment area. Thanks.
So in fact, actually, there is no alternative for the primary school children then, so that issue of them being at almost capacity hasn't been answered. Right,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. This time, if there are no other questions for Mr. Wright, thank you very much, sir, for coming forward. Tracy, you again.
Thanks, Chair. And the last statement is from Neville Wright, objector. My objection is based on the following points. 1. Scottish Government National Planning Framework 4, February 2023. Policy 29 states, development proposals in rural areas should be suitably scaled, sited and designed to be in keeping with the character of the area. They should also consider how the development would contribute towards local living and take into account the transport needs of the development as appropriate for the rural economy. The planned proposal for Shalacan at Leswalt is not suitably scaled, sited and designed in keeping with the character of the area. Leswalt currently has just over 100 houses in the whole village. This proposal is to add a further 56 houses in an area a fraction of the size of the existing settlement. It is a 50% increase on the current housing. The density is not in line with the surrounding area, particularly the adjacent streets of Church Grove, Mansfield Place and Monument View. The site covers a similar footprint to the last housing development in the village at Monument View on the opposite side of the road, B798, which has 28 houses, again reinforcing it is not suitably scaled. The plans are also for houses not in character with the single-storey bungalows in the area. Current residents had to adhere to stringent planning regulations adding materials used and design of buildings. The new development plans show totally different design and structure, not in keeping with anything adjacent to the proposed development or in any other part of the village. 2. Dumfries and Galloway Local Development Plan, February 2019, adopted Local Development Plan 2, Policy H2 Housing Development in Villages, states the Council will support housing developments proposals in villages subject to other policies in the plan where 1. The number of units proposed relates to the scale and size of the existing village and it does not on its own or in combination with other developments in the housing market area undermine the overall objective of the spatial strategy, and it relates to the layout, density and design of the character and form of the existing village. As stated above in point 1, this proposal for 56 houses is not in relation to the size and scale of the existing village and is a total contrast to the layout, density and design and character of the existing village. 3. Impact of the proposal on the environment. This planned development will take away a greenfield site on entry to Leswold Village and detract from the established traditional existing settlement, replacing green grazing land with numerous cheaply built houses. The need to build such an extensive development is ridiculous where there are plenty of pre-developed sites and brownfield sites with the larger developed settlement of Stranraer. 4. Local primary school capacity. One of the greatest concerns to the community was the capacity at the local school. Renovation of the local school has just been completed after 18 months of work, but no additional space had been created, although the council had already earmarked the village for expansion, leaving the regulated capacity of 53 children as the limit, and practicality of 50, 2 mixed classrooms of 25. Parents are genuinely concerned that the additional 56 houses would create a situation where current local preschool age would be shipped into Stranraer, some 3.5 miles away, where it was their turn to attend their local doorstep, when it is their turn to attend their local doorstep village primary school. I therefore ask members of the Planning Committee to reject this application.
Thanks, Tracy. That concludes the written and personal submissions of objection. We now have the applicant and agent with us, Nadine Patterson and Morgan Stephen Milne. If you'd like to come forward, please. And whenever you're ready with your presentation, please go ahead. It'll be the same thing, it'll be 5 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and be kind enough to wait in case members have questions for you. I'd be grateful. Whenever you're ready, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Wheatley Home South has been established in Dumfries and Galloway for many years and manage a large number of properties across the region. Our ambitious new build and regeneration plans will see more than 800 affordable new homes built across D&G. In doing so, we are committed to developing homes and supporting communities where there is a housing need. To achieve this, we consider brownfield and greenfield sites as well as the conversion of existing buildings. We are currently looking at several sites in the Stranraer area to develop for affordable housing, as well as in the east of the region. We appreciate the change that a new housing development can bring to any village or town, and we are dedicated to ensuring that our customers can integrate with the existing community. Wheatley's investment is more than bricks and mortar. It's about creating a better and sustainable future for communities and our tenants across Dumfries and Galloway. We encourage our contractors to work with local communities, provide employment and training opportunities, as well as community benefit. Wheatley also has a dedicated housing officer for every 200 properties, meaning that they get to know their customers and the communities that they work in. Our housing staff also work agilely, allowing them to spend as much time as possible in the communities. Wheatley also have neighbourhood environmental teams who continually work to ensure our communities are kept beautiful. Several members of staff are qualified to train our customers to keep Scotland beautiful assessors, further highlighting our commitment to local areas. This is a long-term commitment to both Leswold and the wider area, which Wheatley is keen to see succeed. We had initially met with the Planning Department in November 2022 to discuss the potential development of this site for affordable housing. These discussions were precipitated by the inclusion of the site within the local development plan and the existing approval for 56 houses. Following these discussions, it was agreed the best route forward was to submit a new planning application. This allowed the new proposals to be developed in accordance with current planning legislation, other statutory obligations, best practice design, and most importantly, the opportunity to engage with the community. As a major development, the application was subject to the PAN process, and public consultation events were carried out in February and March. Both public events were very well attended by the local community, and subsequently many of the objections at these events were reiterated as formal objections to the application. The report to this committee details information submitted in support of the application and the objections received. However, we wanted to use today as an opportunity to outline both the changes made and evidence provided with the application in response to these objections. Much of the objections, as you've heard today, have been in relation to the scale of the development regarding the number and height of the proposed dwellings. Taking cognizance of the local development plan, the number was reduced from the initial public event from 62 to 56, a 10% reduction. The dwellings which bound the existing village are also proposed to be single-storey, creating a development of varying heights akin to the wider village. Concerns were raised regarding the setting of the parish church. In recognition of its Grade B listed status, the houses within the vicinity of the church have been set back from the initial proposals and an area of open landscape space created to the foreground. Another concern regarding the church was the number of visitor parking spaces. Originally 6 were proposed, but we have increased this to 14 spaces. This is in addition to the 15 visitor parking spaces which will be provided within the development itself. Safety concerns were raised at the initial public consultation regarding the siting of a play area adjacent to the existing road. This has been removed and landscaped open space has been created. Further concerns were raised regarding the impact of the safety of the road itself. However, the submitted transport assessment approved by the Roads Department confirms the proposals meet all road safety requirements. Objections were raised in regards to the loss of open green space and habitat for wildlife. The landscape proposals have been developed to ensure a net biodiversity gain, with plant, tree and hedgerow species proposed which will enhance the habitat for protected species. A preliminary ecological assessment was also submitted in support of this application. We'd like to note at this time, all other statutory approvals are being sought in support of the development, which will ensure any issues regarding capacity of existing utilities such as sewage are
You have
addressed.
30 seconds to go.
This is a short summary of our response to the main objections received, and we believe our planning application and supporting documents provide a robust response to this and demonstrate the compliance of the proposals with planning legislation. However, we also wish to highlight that the main aim of these proposals is to develop warm, healthy and affordable homes, which are much needed in the region. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. But 4 seconds to go. Thank you. So I have Councillor Giusti, Councillor Campbell, and in the room, Councillor Beretti. So Andrew first, please, and then David Slater.
But thanks, Chair. One of the things I picked up from Nadine's speech there was trying to integrate this application with the church, but I don't feel that the materials used in the build really show that, if I'm being entirely honest, with the new brick modern design with the black sash and case windows, when we've got a very grey stone church with white wooden sash and case, well, not sash and case, but white wooden windows. I struggle to see the integration there. I understand that you've maybe put smaller houses closer to the church and maybe left a gap, but I don't see that integration the whole way through the application.
In terms of the material palette that we've chosen for the development, what we've tried to do, instead of kind of mimicking what's already there and necessarily using the render, is take kind of features from the existing area, so things like chimneys, surrounds to windows, and the kind of the mix and scale of single and two-storey to sort of complement what's there but not necessarily be a copy. Just conscious that as developments and design moves forward, we're partly trying to integrate the development with the wider village, but also trying to create an identity of its own, which is also seen in the design and streets principles, which we've used in the development, which is the shared surfaces throughout, so that it takes cognizance of the fact that it is a modern development. So there are sort of parts of the design which are related to what's existing there, but we don't want it to be an exact copy because we don't see that as being good design.
Can I come back on that, Chair?
Sure thing, Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. So when I look at the design that you proposed today, it looks very similar to many other designs, such as in the town at Nursery Avenue, which is the brick with the black UPVC windows. So what I was trying to pinpoint there was, what have you done specifically to your design and build to actually I'm not expecting you to mimic the church or the other buildings surrounding, but you're going to be an absolute contrast to the render white on one side and the pebble dash on Church Grove on many of the properties, and then the grey church itself. You are going to be a very modern looking, and I would say like what you've proposed isn't anything different to what you have already in towns, but you're trying to sell it as that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I take your point on there. And it potentially is just the use of brick, which is not necessarily a traditional material used in the village. As you rightly point out, most of the village's render. We've kind of got two aspects to think of there. And the reason why brick was chosen for this development is also partly to do with robustness. One of the really important things to Wheatley, as Nadine's mentioned, is that developments are maintained for the longevity. So what we're proposing now still looks great in 50 years' time. And we do know projects with render can sometimes have maintenance and care issues. So that's why the brick itself was chosen. And it is more the form in terms of as I say, the windows and the chimneys and things that are the reflection of the existing village. So no, I totally acknowledge that we're not matching the render, but that was a purposeful decision.
Thanks, Andrew. John Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. You would have heard earlier on that we talked about the dry stone wall, although I don't see it in any of the conditions, but it's just a case of trying to get assurances that the dry stone wall will be retained as a feature, because it was mentioned by the case officer that they had discussions with yourself that would be the case, but it's just trying to get assurances. And the other thing was there's quite a lot of talk about active travel. And I was looking at NP 4 Policy 15, which is the local living in 20-minute neighbourhoods. Now, I wouldn't expect yourselves as a developer to have an active travel route all the way to Stranraer. However, the frontage part of the development and also leading into the village, I suppose, in particular, safer routes to school, which also forms part of active travel. So it's not just a case of walking, wheeling and cycling. You know, we need safer routes to school, for example. So it was just a case of trying to get some kind of assurances that, the frontage, or at least, the footpaths that you're going to design into the development will comply with most of that. Thank you.
So I'll take your first point there in terms of the dry stone dyke. So when we originally met with planning, we had what we ultimately wanted to do was to retain the wall along the frontage of the site, but due to the visibility display required for the access road, the majority of the wall would have had to be removed to allow for that. So between that and the visitor parking bays. So instead of having a piecemeal approach, what we did propose was to reuse that brick within the development. That's all detailed within our landscape proposals, and they will need to be complied with because they're one of the approved, or would be one of the approved documents as part of the planning application. And then in terms of the active travel, there is a 3 metre wide shared pedestrian and cycle link across the frontage of the development, which will then connect into the existing path network. There's 2 points either end of the development where there'll be dropped curbs in place to allow crossing onto the existing footpath towards the school and the local shop, etc. Additionally, throughout the development, it's been designed is a shared surface, as I mentioned earlier, so that is shared pedestrian and vehicle roads, and they've been designed with traffic calming measures such as narrowed sections of roads and planting in certain areas to reduce car speeds and make the development itself safe for pedestrians and cyclists.
Thank you. Thanks John.
Very much. That's good to know. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Beretti, Tony.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nadine. You used several words. Integration with the community values was one of them. And you also, as I think you said, you had 2 community engagement events. I think having witnessed now the number of objections, and yourself, you're obviously present and you've seen these objections and heard them. During these community events, were these objections brought to the attention of those attending? I mean, was it substantial? Was there any? And was the issue of size of this development brought up? Now, that's one question. The other part is, how do you see this integration taking place? Because, if I'm not mistaken, and just confirm, there is only one tiny little shop in Leswell, and that means an awful lot of traffic back and forth to Stranraer, given that it's not an area with a huge bus service. How do you see all of this developing? But I'd like that first question answered, please.
In terms of the attendance at the community meetings, you'd like that answered first, sorry. Yes, the community meetings were well attended, so we held them as part of the PAN process, and we held a third one at the end of October, which wasn't part of the PAN process, but we decided as an organisation we wanted to host that. Yes, it was the same objections you're hearing today were voiced at all those meetings, particularly in relation to the scale of the development. In relation to the community integrating, and obviously I appreciate your comments on the traffic going into Stranraer. I think it is difficult in a lot of our rural communities. You know, we have widespread villages all over the region that need access into the larger towns. We have been working really closely with Swestrans and on a number of projects across the region, not just solely Liswalt, about where our developments are being proposed and how that can line up with existing or potential future amenities, including travel and active travel.
Tony.
Yeah, thank you. So essentially, the objections that you heard were the same, but you said that you listened to the community and then you changed your plans, but you haven't changed the size. Were questions raised at the size, and was any alternatives suggested at that time? Plus, you've mentioned Swestrans. I mean, how concrete is this? You expect Swestrans to actually develop a bus service for this area, whatever size it is?
Remember, we're trying to determine a planning application here, not interrogate officers on what the public consultation was, but
in terms of the Swestrans, I can't obviously comment on exactly what they would do. I say, no, we have a strategic agreement with Dumfries and Galloway Council, and we're committed to working with our partners, particularly when it relates to affordable development. In relation to your point about the scale of the development, in my statement I'd mentioned originally we had proposed 62 houses within for the proposed development, although it was allocated 56 as part of the local development plan. Following that first consultation and the feedback we were getting, we made the immediate decision to reduce the numbers to be in line with the local development plan. We also changed the frontage of the development. So as I said in my statement, we have moved some of the houses back so that there is that viewpoint to the Grade B parish church. And we've ensured that the periphery of the development is all single storey, so it matches those in Church Grove and Monument View. But we obviously do need to provide for family housing as well, so that is located to the rear of the site, but it is bungalows along the periphery.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. I've got David Slater, Ben Dashburn, and Andrew Justy again, and then I'm hoping we'll move on to the next stage of the determination. David Slater, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the question is, in looking at all the objections today, most of the village have objected, and it gives me the impression that you're virtually trying to build a village within a village. And I believe that this development is too large for that small village. I really do. I think it's a small village. It could probably do with some extra houses, but there's obviously this is a situation with the school. It's only got one small shop. And yet, all these objections, and I believe you've taken it from 62 to 56 houses, but it's still a major amount of houses in a very small village. And I think that you should probably go back and look at your plans for that. Thank you.
I take it that's not a question, David. You've made a statement about your view on the planning application. That comes next.
Yes, you could take it as a statement, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ben Dashburn and Andrew Justy.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so you mentioned it has been reduced from 62 originally to be in line with LDP2. I'm just wondering, if this application gets rejected in this committee, let's just say hypothetically, you still own that land then, do you? Or
no, the land isn't in our ownership yet. So we haven't bought the land. It's still with the current landowner.
Okay, thanks. That's good.
Okay, Councillor Justy, the last question for the applicant and the agent, and then we'll move to determination.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm being greedy with the airtime here. I would like to ask a question regarding the Police Scotland letter that was received in consultation to this application. And what have Wheatley done anything to counter what has been said in that letter, which is there are a number of off-road parking spaces where motorists may find it difficult to either manoeuvre into or out from the driveway due to lack of road space. Such issues may arise. I'm sure you guys have read the letter. Why has that came about? And our council roads sides haven't given us that. Why have the police raised this? And have you done anything to change your road length or road width?
So as part of the process as well, what we've done is submitted a secured by design application to Police Scotland, and that deals with the safety aspects across the entire development. And as an affordable housing development, we aim to meet the gold standard of that. So that report has been submitted, and we've had an initial meeting with the local police officer that's dealing with the development, and we've ran through a few comments he had, including those concerns. So his concern was that as the parking bays he mentions are kind of parallel to the existing housing, their concern is overlooking. However, we've confirmed to them that there are windows on the gables of all of these properties which overlook the parking spaces, so that alleviated his concerns regarding safety of those parking spaces.
Thanks, Andrew. If there are no other questions for the applicant and agent, thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for dealing with all the questions that were put to you. Members, we're in session. Councillor Giusti.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've got a motion to refuse this application. I've got it written down and I can send it on to Tracy. It's a bit lengthy. I would suggest I would send it to Tracy. We take a slight adjournment for 10 minutes to allow the members to read it and to give our BSL interpreter a quick break. Does that sound amenable to yourself?
We'll need to put it in the chat function for members that are not online, so Tracy can do that for us. Yes, if you forward that to Tracy, there are another a couple of speakers that want to address the committee, and then I'll come back to you. I've got Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Slater. John.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just to pick up on a point that Councillor Dashper raised earlier on. The Council Education Services, a contribution would be required. That was on page 16. And I know our current policy is that we don't ask registered social landlords, for contributions. However, I was looking at the recommendations. Now, you've got recommendation 2, that if this proposed housing development doesn't go ahead as a social landlord, in other words, it becomes a private development, then there's a clause in there that says that they have to provide 25% of social housing. Now, could we, as a committee, if we are minded to approve this, that we could put a similar condition for the schools? Now, I don't know if I can get some maybe governance or legal guidance on that particular thing. I don't know if Laura's in the room or somebody.
David Sutty will sort that, I'm sure. John. David?
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. That's actually a valid point. We have done that in the past. I'm trying to remember, I think, Chris, it was probably one of your ones at Heath Hall, Springfield. I'll be able to go and find what the condition was for that, but it was exactly the same thing that I would actually wish to change that condition. Now you've brought that to my attention. We would have, if members are minded to approve it, then I think we would have to change condition 2 to also include educational provision, because that should be in there. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, thanks very much. That's been very helpful. I mean, if that's the case, I'm quite happy for this, approval to go ahead on that basis, Jim, if we can get that as a condition.
That'll be dealt with by David, and that'll be part of the condition if the application is approved. I see Andrew has on the chat his proposal. I've got David Slater. David, you want to come in, please?
Yes, I would second Mr. Gussetti a refusal of this application today.
Have you read it yet?
No, but I have to say I've listened to all the things that I looked at all the information in front of me.
Okay.
And I believe that's the right thing to do.
I will ask Jacqueline Holland, Jackie, if this is a proposal that's acceptable in terms of the way it's set out. Jackie is our legal advisor.
Oh, yes, I'm trying to read it. It's quite a lengthy motion. As I highlighted to you earlier, if the members are minded to refuse the application, then they have to make sure that they can justify that if they're called upon to do so, and that the grounds are valid. And I can't say right at this moment whether these are valid grounds, if that's what you're asking. I think I'll need 5 or 10 minutes to read it.
Okay, in that case, we'll have an adjournment. Do members want to just include that in a lunch break and come back in half an hour? And that way it will save a proportion of time. You can eat and read at the same time. Lunch here, Tracy? Sorry. So it's a lunch break for half an hour. We will resume at 12:45. And in the meantime, members, I hope you take the opportunity to read this proposal in detail, and I'll get Jacqueline to give us a professional advice when we return. Councillor Barretti?
Chair, are we actually going to get a hard copy so we can read it?
Fine, aye, we can have hard copies for members that are here.
Until 1, because we only have 10 minutes to do. Can we adjourn until 1 because we only have a bit of time to...
Tracy has suggested that it'll take a time to get the hard copy, so we'll adjourn until 1 o'clock. Dead easy. We'll meet again at 1 p.m. Thanks very much, and apologies to folk that are waiting for a decision here and waiting to address the committee later. We'll meet again at 1 o'clock today. Good afternoon, members. Going 1 o'clock. We are quoted again, and welcome back. Just before we broke for a comfort break, Councillor Giusti submitted a lengthy document to us. Some members have seen it in Teams. Members present in the hall have seen it now in hard copy. We also had a question from Councillor Campbell about the educational provision that David and Chris have picked up as being needed some adjustment. That's recommendation 2 if we ever get to that stage. So, and I have a registered speakers, Archer Driver and John Campbell. So I'll come first to Andrew Giusti. Since you submitted that request just prior to us taking a present.
Chair, I've got a more succinct motion, which I believe is absolutely competent. I'm happy to listen to the rest of the debate, but I do have a motion in.
Well, if you have a motion now, you may as well submit it. That will be the motion, and we'll see if there's an amendment to your proposal. So can you just confirm what the motion is, Andrew, please, and I'll check to see if it's competent.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, the motion is to refuse on the grounds that 1, the proposal is contrary to policy NPF4, policy 14C and LDP2, policy OP2, due to the scale, siting, design and materials not being in keeping with the character of the area. The number of units does not relate well to the size and scale of the existing village, and not relating well to the layout, density and design of the character of the existing village. 2, in absence of a developer contribution towards education provision, the proposed development would put undue pressure on the local education facilities, contrary to the objectives of LDP2 policy OP3. 3, the proposed development would have an adverse impact on the character of the adjacent Category B listed parish church, and as such would be contrary to LDP2 policies OP1, B and HE1 and NPF4 policy 7. That is the full motion. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, David and Jacqueline, is that motion competent, or can we condense it somehow? And the assumption that there might be an alternative view put forward. David?
Chair, yes, I would concur with that being competent. It refers to the relevant policies. The only other thing to mention, I suppose, is that in what was sent through by Councillor Giusti before, there was mention about transport infrastructure as well. So I don't wish to put words in his mouth, but it might be appropriate to consider having a further thing, if he so wishes, that the proposal will be contrary to NPF 4 policy 13 and LDP 2 policy T2, in that there is insufficient transport infrastructure to support a development of this scale.
Andrew, do you wish to include that in your motion?
I'm happy to include that, Chair.
Okay, you did have an enthusiastic seconder before the break. David Slater, are you happy to support this motion?
Yes, I am, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Driver, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And it's just to come back on Councillor Campbell's point with regards recommendation 2 or condition 2, should I say. And if David's happy with what is suggested, I'm happy to second Councillor Campbell.
Okay, that's on condition 2. So we have a proposal or a tentative agreement on the agreement or the phraseology in condition 2. Councillor Campbell, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, when I seen the initial motion being put forward by Councillor Giusti, it was a wee bit confusing, but I'm pleased to say that it's condensed it slightly and put the relevant parts in there as his motion. But I'm happy to go as an amendment to approve subject to the conditions, with condition 2 being adjusted to bring in the education contribution. Thanks, Chair.
So, just to be absolutely clear, are you supporting Councillor Giusti's proposal with the change in condition 2?
No, I'm not supporting Councillor Giusti's motion at all. I'm putting the amendment forward, which I believe Councillor Archie Driver is seconding my amendment.
Okay, maybe a bit premature. So your amendment is to go with the officer recommendation subject to a change in condition 2. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we did have that confirmed by Mr. Sutty that it can be included in condition 2 for the education if the RSL sells on the land to a private developer. Then we've got that condition in place.
Yes, that's
Does that make
correct.
sense,
That was
Chair?
in the mission earlier, and that's been agreed. That will happen. Councillor Driver, are you seconding Councillor Campbell's current motion?
I am. It'll be the amendment.
Okay, in that case, we'll go to the vote. Councillor Beretti.
Just briefly, so it's the motion with the amendment recommendations as opposed to the...
Well, the motion's to reject it, so it won't need the condition 2. Is that not right?
Yeah.
Councillor Giusti is proposing we refuse the application.
Right. That's the motion.
So there's no need to include a condition 2 in his proposal because his proposal is to reject the application. And Councillor Campbell's is to go with officer's recommendation and include the change to condition 2 that Tracy has captured in her amendment, and that's where we go. One is to refuse, the other is to approve, subject to the change in condition 2. But I'll just ask Tracy once again to clarify the motion and the phraseology for the amendment. Tracy, please.
Thank you, Chair. The motion is proposed by Councillor Giusti, seconded by Councillor Slater, and that's to refuse the application on the grounds that 1. The proposal is contrary to policy MPF4 policy 14C and LDP2 policy OP2 due to the scale, siting, design and materials not being in keeping with the character of the area. The number of units does not relate well to the scale and size of the existing village and not relating well to the layout, density and design of the character of the existing village. 2. In the absence of developer contribution towards education provision, the proposed development would put undue pressure on the local education facilities, contrary to the objectives of LDP2 policy OP3. 3. The proposed development would have an adverse impact on the character of the adjacent Category B listed parish church, and as such would be contrary to LDP2 policies OP1B and HE1 and MPF4 policy 7. And 4. The proposal would be contrary to MPF4 policy 13 and LDP2 policy T2 in that there is insufficient transport infrastructure to support a development of this scale. The amendment is proposed by Councillor John Campbell, seconded by Councillor Drybra, and that's to approve the application subject to the conditions in the report with the amended condition 2 to include the education provision. We'll proceed to the vote. Chair?
Motion.
Vice Chair?
Motion.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake? Councillor Blake, I can see you're trying to unmute. If you want to put it in the chat, I can perhaps take it from there. I'll come back to Councillor Blake. Councillor Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers?
Motion.
Councillor Dashper?
Abstain, please, as I won't vote against social housing, but I can't vote for one of this scale. Abstain.
Councillor Davis?
Motion.
Ian Blake, so.
Councillor Drybra?
Amendment.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Jordan?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Marshall?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Slater?
Motion.
Councillor Thompson?
Amendment.
Councillor Walters?
Motion, please.
And Councillor Blake has voted for the motion. So the motion is carried 8 votes to 6 with 1 abstention, so the application has been refused.
Members, move on to agenda item number 4. Erection of 40-metre high telecommunications lattice mast supporting 6 antennas, 4 transmission dishes, 2 equipment cabinets, 1 electric meter cabinet, 1 generator, associated fuel tank, hard standing area, 1.8 metre high boundary fence and ancillary works at land at Lauriston Forest, Lauriston Road, Lauriston Castle Douglas. This is a full application, reference number 23/0025/full. Recommendations to approve subject to conditions. Case officer Joshua Scott. Joshua, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this site relates to a plot of land within Lauriston Forest off the Kirk Road. The site is an area of approximately 0.1 hectares, and it is located 3.4 miles west of the Lauriston Crossroads, if that is a suitable reference point for some. The proposal is for, as you have noted, the erection of a 40-metre tall telecommunications lattice mast and associated works listed there. And this proposal is required as part of Vodafone's continued network extensions, which will improve connectivity in rural areas to benefit the rural community. Next slide, please, if possible. As you can see from the first location plan on the left side there, it is within Lauriston Forest, and it is set toward the western boundary of the forest area. And from the second location plan, this gives you a more detailed view zoomed in there. And as you can see from that, there is an existing access point that it will make use of off the Kirk Road. And next slide, please. The site plan gives you a more detailed view of what is proposed there. So firstly, you can see the use of the existing access track to the top right corner of the plan. Then you will also see, of course, the telecommunications lattice mast. It is grey coloured and designed as slim as possible to prevent any visual issues. You will also then see listed there are 6 antennas, 4 transmission dishes, 2 equipment cabinets, 1 electric meter cabinet, 1 generator, an associated fuel tank, an area of hard standing on which this will all be placed, and a 1.8 metre high boundary fence with a gate to surround the site. What you will also notice on this plan is, firstly, there are adjacent trees and they are standing at approximately 20 metres high. Secondly, you will see some trees there outlined in orange, and these are proposed to be removed. And thirdly, you will also see to the bottom right of the plan there are grade 1 protected trees to the east/southeast, but these will be unaffected by development. Next slide, please. So there are 4 elevations. The first here is from the southeast. Of course, you will see that the lattice tower is 40 metres high, which is noticeable. However, this height is required as it needs to be taller than the height of the current trees, as they are existing, and it also needs to remain higher than any potential growth of these trees, and that is why the 40 metres is proposed. So you can also see there at the base of the tower the associated works, again outlined, including the boundary gate, the hard standing area, the generators, etc. That also shows the orange trees which are proposed to be removed as well to facilitate the development. Next slide, please. This is now from the northeast. This shows the same information as before, but from a new viewpoint. And again, just to point out all the works and the orange trees that are proposed to be removed. Next slide, please. Again, same information, but one extra point there to consider. You see in the background, in a lighter shaded grey, is the grade 1 protected trees. Again, just to emphasise that they will be unaffected by development. Next slide, please. And the final view there is from the northwest. And again, this shows you information to the proposed works. Next slide, please. So these are the photos now. And this first photo is a view from the roadside. And this is you looking to the east. As you can see there is an existing gap as where the proposed tower will be. And just to the left side of that photo is where some of the trees will be affected by development. In the middle of the photo toward the back is the protected trees, which are unaffected, of course. Next slide, please. This shows you the site and the road leading toward the north. As you can see, there are still a large number of trees that will remain and will provide screening at a ground level to the proposed development. Next slide, please. And this is the road going south. Again, there are trees there that will remain unaffected by development, which again will provide screening. Next slide, please. These are now views on the site. So this is looking northwest. This is where the tower will be. And just in the middle of the screen there are the trees that are going to be impacted. And to the right of those trees, that is where the access track will allow the vehicles and accessors to get onto site. Next slide, please. This shows you a view toward the west. So again, there is already a gap on site. And as you can see there, the ground, there is a bit of a discrepancy level. So what is required as part of development is the ground to be levelled for then the hard standing surface to be laid. But this is all on what you could say pre-prepared in a sense on the site. Next slide, please. Again, another view from the west. Shows you the same as before. Next slide, please. And this is the view toward the southwest. Again, what this shows is that a good level of screening will still be provided in that direction. Next slide, please. This is just a photo of some of the trees that are proposed to be removed. And these are proposed to be removed to facilitate the installation of all the proposed work to ensure the safety of the delivery of items and use for turning for the larger vehicles as well. Next slide, please. This is the access track. This is what you would see as you are leaving the site. Following that would take you onto the main road. Next slide, please. And this is at the entrance point of the existing access track, which would take you toward the site. And roads have pointed out that this is a beneficial part of development as it prevents any further impact on trees or any further work required as part to provide a suitable access point. Next slide, please. That the access track from the road. So as you can see, it is access to the site is appropriate and well serviced already without the need for much further work, which would again mitigate impact on the area. Next slide, please. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the site and what is proposed. And in conclusion, this has been brought forward to committee because it received 6 objection letters that were timeous. It received other objections, but they were not submitted on time. However, despite the objections received, it is considered that the proposal is in accordance with NPF 4 Policy 24 and LDP 2 Policy IN 11 and has no unacceptable impact upon site constraints or other consideration. The proposal is also justified in its principle. It has been justified within a substantial amount of supplementary information to support the proposal and is therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, Joshua. Questions for our case officer, Councillor Barretti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Joshua. Just very quick, although I think you've answered it in part from what you were saying, that the initial trees that were going to be removed are for allowing the vehicles, bigger vehicles, to have access. Is there any reason why, once the building works are finished, construction works are finished, there might not be a replanting of some species to take into account the fact that these ones were removed?
So the trees that are proposed to be removed is or to allow the turning of the larger vehicles in construction. What has been discussed between myself and the agent is that a soft and hard landscaping scheme could be conditioned, which, following the completion of development, trees can be replanted to provide screening at ground level again.
Yeah, I think from what I understand, I couldn't quite pick up, Chair, but I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, he says that they are going to do some replanting, maybe with not the same type of trees, but with something that is landscaping. Is that correct?
Right, that right, Joshua?
It can be conditioned, yes, to provide soft landscaping, to plant more trees once development is complete. These can be conditioned to be native, if so desired, which I would agree would be best practice, of course.
Thank you, that's fine. Any other questions for our case officer? David Slater.
Hi, Joshua. A couple of questions. Who actually owns the land? Is it the Forestry Commission? And does the developer have to request permission from the Forestry Commission to build on that site?
Joshua, I don't know if that's relevant, but Joshua, can you help? David will help, it's all right.
Land ownership is actually irrelevant to the planning side of things anyway, so that doesn't matter. If you are removing a number of trees which triggers a felling licence, then that's something which would have to be taken up directly with, forget what I was going to say, Forestry Commission, but I think they're Scottish Forestry now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions for our case officer. I will invite our registered speaker, Josh Fateni, who's the agent on Teams, I believe. I take it your legacy hand up there, David. Josh, are you with us?
Yep, here.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. And I will ask you to draw your presentation to a conclusion at the end of the 3 minutes. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw it to a conclusion. And if you'd wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed installation is part of the government-backed scheme called the Shared Rural Network. It's collaboration between the mobile operators, in this case Vodafone, O2 and Free, and the government to provide 4G coverage for people living, working and travelling in poorly served rural areas. Better connectivity is real, tangible social and economic benefits for people and businesses. The need and benefits of this radio base station are set out in our application documents, but also by national government via their SRM project for 95% live geographical coverage by June 2025. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get 4G coverage into this rural area where local residents currently have little to no digital connectivity. The applicant has carefully selected the site and design of the installation whilst fulfilling operational requirements. The site is situated with Lawrence Forest, a dense forestry with undulating topography that surrounds the area. The nearest trees to the mast extend to 20 metres in height, which provide a backdrop and screening to the bottom half of the mast in all directions. This is further assisted by the topography of the area. The centreline height of the transmission dishes antennas are 31.7 metres and 37.3 metres, which is required to clear the trees and provide necessary coverage to the target area. As such, the 40-metre structure selected by the applicant is the minimum possible height for effective operation. The site is situated as far as possible from any residential properties. Both NATS and the MOD all have no objections. It is appreciated the site is near a site of special scientific interest. However, the proposed site is 270 metres away from the SSI boundary. Given the distance separating the site from the SSI, all the impact on the flora and fauna of this SSI, the topography and forestry, it will have no adverse impact on this SSI. In line with policy IN 11, the site is needed to provide high quality 4G connectivity in areas where currently there's no such 4G coverage in line with the operator's legally binding agreement. This is also in line with policy 24 of the MPF4. The enclosed coverage plots demonstrate the extent to which the installation will fill the current gap in coverage, which brings significant benefits to the users of Vodafone O2 and Free networks in the surrounding area. Utilising one installation for 3 of the 4 main operators, Ully meets MPF4, South of Scotland Enterprise and the Borderlands Digital Infrastructure Programme. Furthermore, 12 mobile virtual network operators which use Vodafone O2 or Free networks EE. For example, Giffgaff, Virgin Mobile and Smarty will benefit from vastly improved 4G coverage. High quality communications are a necessity as it is important as gas and electricity. In the modern world, a huge amount of time is spent using communications services to work, stay in touch with family and friends, and go about their daily lives. The ability to access and use reliable mobile connections have become fundamental to the way we live and work, and the ability of businesses of all sizes to thrive and play a significant role in sustainable development. To summarise, the shared radio base station will provide the highest quality telecommunications coverage to the surrounding area, whilst having
You have
minimal
30 seconds to go, Josh.
Whilst having minimal impact on the aesthetic value of the landscape. The slim lattice structure site with an area of varying topography and large mature trees, along with its colouring, will prevent the installation from being prominent. I encourage the committee to enable this rural area, Launceston, to experience the benefits of the opportunity in line with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant or the agent anyway, Josh? No, in that case, Josh, thank you very much for your presentation and being with us today. Members are in session. Happy to go with the recommendation. Councillor Beretti.
Yeah, happy to go with the recommendation as long as we see that landscaping must be done to replace those trees. If not the same type, some other form.
Thanks, Tony. I'm sure that'll be encapsulated in the complete document. David?
Chair, if you're wanting to do that, then obviously what you'd be looking to do is an amendment to the recommendation. So it's recommendation plus landscaping conditions.
Now what you want to do, Tony, I'll see if members are agreeable to that. Have Councillor Dryburn and Councillor Campbell. Archie, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with that Chair. If put that in the recommendation, in the conditions, that'll be fine.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, happy to go with that, Chair, with the amended condition.
Okay, that's agreed with the amended decision. If there are any alternative views, please let me know. In that case, that's a decision of the committee. Tracy, can you confirm your decision, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report, with additional condition to be added on the landscaping.
Move on to agenda item number 5, members. An application for change of use, alterations and extension to public house and restaurant, sui generis, to form 2 dwelling houses, class 9, at Greystones Bar and Restaurant, Carsfairn. It's a full application, reference number 22/2303/full. And the recommendation is to notify the Scottish Ministers of the Council's intention to grant planning permission subject to conditions. Torrell Dinnings, our case officer for this. Good afternoon, Torrell. Take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application is in front of members today as SEPA, who is a statutory consultee, has objected to the proposal and officers are recommending approval. So I'll just take you through the presentation. This is the location plan. It shows the position of the application site in the centre of Carsfairn. Here we've got the block plan and it shows the site and how it will be split and the garden areas that will be attached to each dwelling house. This is the rear elevation and the side elevation as existing, and the front elevation and side elevation as existing. And then we've got the proposed rear and side elevation showing some minor alterations. And again, proposed front and side elevation showing some minor alterations. An additional window to the front elevation and a reopening of an existing window that has been blocked up on the side elevation. Existing floor plan and the proposed floor plan. And then we've got some photographs of the site. So this is the property and this is how it will be split. So that will be the unit number 1 and then unit number 2. And this is standing at the application site looking across the road. And this is a view of as you approach and come into Carsfairn from the east. You've got the application site behind the first dwelling on the right hand side. And this is a view of Carsfairn's main street looking west. And this is a view down the lane between Unit 1 and the neighbouring dwelling, and you can maybe make out the blocked up window there on the right hand side, which will be reopened. And this is the same lane, just looking the other way, looking south. And here we're looking down the lane between Unit 2 and the neighbouring dwelling. And that concludes the presentation. So it is recommended that there is strong policy and strong national and local policy support for reusing existing buildings within settlements. And whilst flood risk is a significant consideration, given the specific site conditions in this case, it is considered that the balance is in favour of recommending the proposal for approval, subject to the conditions stated. And given SEPA's objection, the Scottish ministers will have to be notified. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Toril. Questions for our case officer? No? Oh, David?
Yes. Is it clear? Yes. Yeah, they're wrong. It doesn't matter. I tell you, the situation is SEPA has obviously objected to this. In that area, there's flood. There's a history of that area actually being quite well flooded. And SEPA doesn't usually put objections in unless there's quite heavy concerns about it. So that's the question I really want to ask. Why is it you're asking for it to be approved, yet SEPA are saying there's a high flood risk there? Thank you.
Toril, and if you want, I can get David to do it. David, go for it.
Well, in this particular instance, there's a number of things. I'd draw members' attention to page 48, paragraph 4.6, where it's pointing out that the application site is shown, along with the majority of Carsfairn settlement, as being within but on the periphery of an area of medium flood risk. You'll also notice in the paragraph above that the property, which its authorised use is as a public house and restaurant, which would gather more people in it, actually they tried to market it for that for a number of a number of years, from 2016 to 19. It's not been used as a public house since 2008, but in planning terms it could be used again for that purpose tomorrow. So it's a case of balance. Effectively, if we are accepting there is a flood risk, but this is actually a reduction in the intensity of the use of the building, and we're satisfied there is a safe escape route to the rear, and the vast majority of Carsfairn is covered by exactly the same risk. You're either basically saying that you sterilise the building and it can't be used for any purpose thereafter, or you take the view that this is an acceptable level of risk to allow it to be brought back into use for residential purposes. But it is a balance, we accept that. Having looked at it, it's one of these ones where we felt that the balance of probability was such that we wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt and recommend it for approval to the Scottish ministers. But indeed, they have the power of calling, and they can and may do so.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Toril, is it possible you could bring up the images of the front of the building? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, from what I can see, Chair, it looks as if we're actually returning this building to a residential property, because it must have been a residential property to start with. So I have no objection to the proposal.
It was a residential property, it says that in the papers, but we're not at that stage yet. We've still got a registered speaker, Tony. This is questions for case officer, but I thank you for your observations. So if there are no other registered speakers, we'll invite Callum Patterson, the applicant, to come forward. Well, I think he's on MS Teams, is he?
Yep. Yeah.
You're on Teams, Callum.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, and I'm sure you've been listening, so the arrangement's the same for everyone. You'll get 3 minutes to do your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And if you'd wait in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, sir, thank you.
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak on this application for a change of use from Greystones Pub and Restaurant. So we bought the pub in 2013 following the death of the previous owner. However, the property hadn't been run as a commercial enterprise since 2008. It was our initial intention to return the property to a productive commercial use, but several attempts at creating a business plan were unsuccessful, and we did look at getting planning for a pub restaurant type use at the time for certain changes. We advertised the property for sale. However, we didn't get any interest in the building as a commercial enterprise. We also looked at the option to sell or rent the building to a local charity, which was for a mixed commercial residential use, but they again had issues when they went for a pre-planning application with regards to the flooding relating to the residential element, which was actually in the garden, which is well above the flood level. So when we purchased Greystones, the village of Cresfairn had not flooded in living memory of certainly anybody in the village. My wife's family have been there for 40 years and they've never seen any flooding like that in the village until the winter of 2013-14, followed by the winter of 2014-15, followed again by the winter of 2015-16, where we had floods in each of these years where water did come down through the main street of the village, with our own house flooding in 2015-16 by about 20 to 30 centimetres. Now, the Greystones never actually flooded. It wasn't never inundated. The water came in through the vents at the front of the house and came up underneath the carpet. They also came through the front door as the lorries drove through the village, pushing the bow wave ahead of them. But in 2016-17, flood barriers were built around the village with the view that these would be designed to prevent a 1 in 200 year flood. Now, I understand that SEPA and the flood risk management team's objection is based on the fact that these are temporary barriers and not permanent. However, I just can't believe that these barriers would ever be removed without a permanent replacement being put in place. Originally, the permanent barriers were meant to have been installed in 2019, which was then pushed back, and I believe is pushed back to 2024 now. And so, although the barriers may be considered temporary, albeit they are concreted, so certainly the ones on our land were concreted in on concrete foundations, and it's an earth-built bund in other areas, I think they should be considered as a permanent
You have 30
feature.
seconds to go, Callum.
So I'd also like to just point out that mitigation measures such as blocking the vents, tanking the front built rooms and putting in floodgates would prevent flooding into the building, as well as to the safe egress to the rear of the property. Should restriction of change of use for Greystones be restricted, it will also affect any future use for the primary school, which we saw in one of the pictures there. And you're potentially left with 2 empty and potentially derelict properties in the centre of the village, which in our view puts the vitality of the village as a place at risk. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Callum, and thanks for drawing your presentation to a conclusion so timely. Any questions for the applicant? In that case, thank you very much for being present today. Callum, we're now in session. Tony Beretti.
Yes, thank you. Got it in time this time. Yeah, I'll go with the recommendations, Chair.
Okie dokie. Councillor Slater and then Dryburgh. Yeah, okay, you're withdrawing. That's super, David. Councillor Dryborough?
Yeah, happy to go with the recommendations, Chair.
Okay, that's a proposer and a seconder. Is there any alternative view? In that case, the application has been granted. Well, it's not been granted. We're now going to inform Scottish ministers that we propose to grant this application. So it's a procedural matter. Can you confirm the decision of the committee, Tracy, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to notify the Scottish ministers of the Council's intention to grant planning permission subject to conditions.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item number 6. An application for the erection of 4 dwelling houses, demolition of former school at former Langland School, Lower Burn Park, Dumfries. It's a planning permission principal application. The applicant's Dumfries and Galloway Council, reference 22/2297/PIP. The recommendation is approved subject to conditions, and the case officer is Torrell Glendinning. Again, Torrell, take us through this presentation, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, yeah, the application is in front of members today as Dumfries and Galloway Council is the applicant. So first we've got a location plan showing the current site. It's to the north of Lovers Walk, and then we've got the railway and cycle path line to the east, and then Edinburgh Road to the west. This is a more close-up view of the site as it is currently. And then we've got the proposed block plan, and it shows an indication of road and plot layout. Moving on to photographs, we've got the application site. That is the former school behind there. Again, another view of the front elevation of the former school. And this is looking down towards the west, and you've got Gracefield Studios in the background. And then we're looking at the application site towards the east. And the current application site, which shows Gracefield Studios, parking and turning in the former school. And then this is the east elevation of the current building. And then looking south from plot number 4 from the application site towards Lovers Walk. And then we've got a view of Gracefield Studios looking south from plot number 1. And the current west elevation of the school. And then we've got the former playground of the school, which would be plot number 2. And this is looking northwest from the application site, from plot number 1. And looking west from the application site. And this is the existing access road that leads on to Lovers Walk, which you can see at the end there. And then turning around, this is the view of the access road looking north. And this is kind of from the top of that access road looking down towards the site and Gracefield Studios. And this again just shows the application site with the current car parking it's got, and the pedestrian access, and again the vehicular access and pedestrian access looking towards the east. So it is recommended that the proposal is approved subject to conditions, as it is considered to meet the relevant policies LDP2H1 and NPF4 policies 9 and 16. Thank you.
Thanks again, Torrell. Members, questions for our case officer? Okay, there are none. David?
Yes, thank you, Chair. there seems to be an issue with the road there. Am I correct saying that? Who actually owns the road into the language school and who maintains the road? These are obviously important issues. Thank you.
I'll get Torrell to answer that, but it's not a planning consideration. As I understand it, we don't have ownership of the road. What we're doing is agreeing a planning in principle application that the roads issue will have to be addressed before any planning permission can be implemented. But that's not part of the consideration today. It's a planning in principle for development for properties. The road issue is quite separate. But anyway, answer the question, Torrell, please.
Yeah, in terms of the ownership and the maintenance, we wouldn't be considering that today, and we're really just considering if it can be accessed, which roads are quite happy with.
Thank you, and I'll just get David to endorse that. David?
Yes, it goes back to something which I mentioned before as well, that land ownership and the planning system are very separate. So just to be clear, what's being considered today is the principle of a development on the site. If the committee are minded to grant planning permission, obviously it's only a planning permission principle, there would still need to be a further application for the details. To be able to implement that, the developer would need to secure all the necessary servitude access rights and any other legal rights which they need to be able to actually secure the permission. So they are two separate elements, just as long as they're clear. Jackie Holland's obviously here, not in person, but online as well, if Jackie is required to give any more legal advice on that side of things.
Jackie, I'd appreciate your advice. Just to confirm that they do not run together concurrently, that they're quite separate issues. The planning application in principle we can decide today, irrespective of who might own the road now or in the future.
That's quite right. Thank you, Chair. And to put it more clearly, anybody that wishes to exercise any planning permission at the point that they wish to exercise it must be in right or have the legal rights to do what they want to do. So by virtue of getting planning permission granted doesn't give them the actual right to go in and do anything until they've secured the legal rights, which would normally follow.
Thanks very much, Jackie. So I'm sure all members are now well versed with the situation that exists. So if there are no other questions for our case officer, we have one registered speaker.
Archie.
John Campbell, and then Archie. Is it Archie and John? Archie first, I think, and then John.
Just withdraw mine now. I thought we were going into session here. Sorry, Chair.
Withdraw. He's withdrawn.
Thanks, Archie. John Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, do the Gracefield Arts Centre still use or need access to get to the back of the building? Because I believe that on one of the slides that was shown, it did say that access is still required. I think it was the very first one. I'm not sure.
Can you look back to it, Torrell, please? That one, John?
Yeah, I'm sure. It's hard to see the writing. The hatched area, there you go. Hatched area to remain clear for access to the rear of the studio. Yeah, that's the particular one. So I take it that even if we grant planning permission in principle for 4 houses to go in there, that area will be segregated. I take it that's the red line. Just for confirmation, Chair.
David, will help me with that, John?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yes, that's a good point. You can see on the screen there that the red line is the application site boundary, so that is the only area that would be receiving the benefit of planning permission in principle. The hatched area is excluded from that, and you've got a blue line which shows all the land under the control of the applicant. So yes, that hatched area is out with the application site and is shown as being retained.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Jim. Just for clarification. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. If We have no further speakers this time. We have in person an objector, Joan Coleman. Joan, you'll have the same arrangement, and I'm sure you're familiar with it now. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll ask you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And you'll be kind enough to wait, please, in case members have questions for you. I'd be grateful. Just whenever you're ready.
I'm Joan Coleman and represent the residents of Lorburn Park, the owners of the road access to the proposed school demolition and plots for sale. We seek a postponement of this agenda item to allow a negotiated settlement to be achieved over matters of servitude of amenity, safety, traffic, drainage, ongoing maintenance and other inadequacies of Lorburn Park as a means of access. The internal memo posted online on the 6th of October 23 from the Roads Planning Team Leader to the Planning Manager states the following, quote, "The site is served via the existing Lorburn Park private road. This private way lies out with the application site and there is no scope to bring it to an adoptable standard. The private way is severely restricted in geometry and width, with no footway. It does not appear suitable for larger vehicles, or any development which would increase the historic level of use. Also, the shared driveway should be surface water trapped and drained to an outfall or soakaway to ensure any existing drainage issues on the existing private way are not exacerbated by the development." End of quote. There is no space to create outfall or soakaway for surface drainage. However, the report well describes the inadequacies of Lorburn Park, but strangely no mention of restricted sight lines and the hazards of access onto and off at Lovers Walk Junction. Neither is considered the destruction of the existing thin tarmac surface under the weight of demolition or construction traffic. We hold no objection and welcome the proposed housing plots. Indeed, in previous written submissions, we have recommended an alternative vehicular access be created from Edinburgh Road via the Gracefield car park with a new short 100-metre link to the site. Such a link could use the building rubble from the demolished school and also improve parking and access to Gracefield Studios.
You have 30 seconds to go.
Unfortunately, this comprehensive alternative solution is not considered in the report before you. We urge councillors to delay the proposal today, whereby a meeting may be called and a negotiated solution and settlement be achieved. We wish to register our concern on the inadequacies of the Road Department report to the Planning Manager in its failure to address important safety issues raised by the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just about bang on time, Joan. Any questions for the objector, Councillor Barretti?
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. I didn't quite catch the beginning of that speech there, but can you just reiterate what is it exactly you're concerned about? Is it which services?
We're concerned about the volume of traffic which will use the road. We're concerned about safety issues. There are 2 blind corners, and I mean blind corners. One is at the access to the car park for the school, and the other is on to Lovers Walk. If any of your people have tried getting out of Lorburn Park, you again are on a blind corner passing the Station Hotel. That is a concern. The school numbers that were quoted by the Roads Department are, we think, not correct. They are cumulative numbers. The traffic which passed by before was on a daily basis during the school day in daylight hours. There's no lighting except for one lamp. There's inadequate drainage. on the road. There is no provision for pedestrians. It's a 6 metre wide road, and one side of it is used for car parking for the 8 houses which use Lorburn Park, 1 to 4 Lorburn Park, and 4 flats at 45 Lovers Walk. When these places are taken, you have a single carriageway, and on occasion, traffic meeting in Lorburn Park, vehicles have to reverse onto Lovers Walk in order for one to come out and one to go in. Another danger. These issues have not been addressed by the Roads Department. They've been ignored in our objections.
Thanks, Tony. Okay. Any other questions for Joan? In that case, thank you very much for coming along today and making a presentation. Members, we're in session. And remember, this is not an application to deal with roads issues. This is a planning in principle only. Roads issues will be addressed if ever a full planning application is submitted before members or to the planning department. That's your driver, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Stuart. And I agree with the recommendations in this report. I think what the objectors are saying is they need another chance to talk to council. We have in the past in planning in principle asked for a full, if there's a full application comes forward, it comes back to full council. And this gives the opportunity, I think, for the council to talk to those members that are objecting. So I would suggest we go with the recommendations here, but I would add that any full application comes back to this committee.
Initially, as mentioned, coming to full council, was that just a slip of the tongue? Is it the Planning Applications Committee?
It was a slip of the tongue, Chair. It was a slip of the tongue.
Thank you. So, if we're in agreement, if members accept your proposal, Councillor Dryborough, any further application will come before Planning Applications Committee, and the applicant is Dumfries and Galloway Council, so I'm presuming that they will present to, or at least the PIP is Dumfries and Galloway Council. It may not be that the applicant is necessarily Dumfries and Galloway Council, but I'll ask David just to clarify, or Tracy to clarify where we are with this proposal. We don't have a seconder yet, and we don't have an alternative view. Is it right, David, that it may not be the council that submits the full planning application?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as you'll be aware, planning permission runs with the land, not the applicant. So it's entirely possible, I don't know if this is the case, but it could be the case that the applicant section is seeking planning permission in principle only to be able to market the site. But a further application would clearly have to come in for the actual details of the houses, and that wouldn't be a problem to minute that any further application would have to come back to the Planning Applications Committee, irrespective of whether or not there's any enough reason for objections or anything else. And just to reiterate, what was said before is that the land ownership and all the other servitude access rights would still need to be resolved. So our legal services team are well aware of that, as indeed are the property services team.
Thank you. So we have a proposal. David, did you want to speak?
Yes, Chair. Thank you for explaining that both issues are separate. But as David said there, it may be somebody else who maybe start to own the land. But then there appears to be a difficulty as such with the road issue. So who would probably buy it if they don't know if they can get access to the buildings? That's what I'm saying, really. Thank you.
David, we're not discussing roads issues today.
Right, okay.
It's not appropriate. We are being asked whether or not we would agree to a planning application in principle. And David City has just explained to all members that in the event of a full application coming before this council, all of the matters that the lady mentioned that you have asked about would have to be addressed before we could agree or before we could accept an application for construction of 4 houses. Councillor Barretti?
Yeah, I'm happy to second Councillor Dryborough's proposal with his recommendations.
Okay, are there any alternative views? In that case, Tracy, confirm the decision of the committee, please.
Thanks, Chairman. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report, and also agreed that any future applications relating to this site be brought back to the Planning Applications Committee for consideration.
Okay, thank you, members. Move on to agenda item number 7. A consultation by Scottish Government regarding an application made under Section 37 of the Electricity Act 1989 for 9.3 kilometres of 132 kV overhead line between new substation at Glenmucklock and existing substation at Glenglass. Glenmucklock to Glenglass Reinforcement Project, SANCA. It's a Section 37 consultation. The applicant, Scottish Power Energy Networks, per Scottish Ministers, Rems number 23/0339/S37. Recommendation is to raise no objections, and the case officer, John Hiscox. Do you want me to take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is in front of you because all Section 37 consultations by government have to be taken to committee. Also, this is EIA development, so it's supported by a full environmental impact assessment. The Council is a consultee, in effect, providing its opinion back to government. If consented, this would provide a connection across 9.3 kilometres of what is largely agricultural and forestry ground, although its route does in places bring it into the wider environs of residences, as the presentation will show. The pylons would range from between 26 and 39 metres in height, and there would be 40 in total. In addition, a new substation compound would be formed near Glenmucklock, which would include a control building and transformers. This is to facilitate creation of the pylon corridor. Wayleave areas would be created by felling sections of woodland plantation. The Wayleave area would be suitably restocked post-development. Watercourse, railway and road crossings would be required to enable the route to connect from north to south. Temporary and permanent access tracks would be introduced. The construction period is intended to be approximately 16 months, including tree felling at the beginning and reinstatement works towards the end. And the external consultation responses are listed at paragraph 1.14.1 of the report. Note none have raised objections. We have no objections from council colleagues and consultees. And the committee should note that representations from third parties, i.e. the public, are not considered by the council for Section 37 applications. These fall to be considered solely by the Scottish Government in these cases. Okay, the first slide is an overall location plan to give you a general idea of where it is. We have Kirkconnell and Kellerholm just to the right of this the snaking line in blue there in the middle of the location plan. Glenmucklock is at the top end of that, and you can see the council boundary there in the dotted line, which goes from the top of the middle of the map down towards the bottom left corner. That's between 2 and 3 kilometres from the development. This is the first of 6. First of 6 individual location plans to show the route, and the compound is in light green at the top. That's where the new substation and control building and transformers would be placed. The black lines on there are access tracks, not to be mistaken for the route of any overhead lines. The overhead lines are identified by blue squares in orange hatched areas, where the pylons would go. And if any, Abby, would you mind just zooming in briefly to somewhere on that screen so that that particular point can be picked up? So just to be clear, there's some small blue squares which are numbered. Those are the pylon locations. The dotted black lines and the hard black lines are existing access tracks and new access tracks, respectively. Thank you for that. The route here crosses the railway and the River Nith. There'll be scaffolding here during construction. And it passes from what I think is called Lagré through to the Rack area, which Abby has usefully sort of brought into zoom there. You can see the crossing there with a red, brown and pink rectangles, which just shows you where that's going. And I've got a sectional drawing of that later in the presentation. Can I have the next slide, please? Sorry. Thank you. You can see here that the route crosses the A76 near Crockroy and then continues southwards through Polmuir and over Polmuir Burn. And again, try not to over-focus on the black lines. It is the blue squares which are coming more or less straight down and curving down to the bottom, which you should be looking at in terms of the route. And this next one, this is the section that substantially cuts through plantation woodland areas, through Libry Moor and the edge of Hunter's Hill near Corserig, crossing the Kellow Water. And you can see that the areas of green are where the wayleaves would be created. The darker green is more established woodland, lighter green, young trees, and the little brown patch in the bottom right-hand corner is broad-leaved. Just a short section here before turning southwards over Herd's Hill. Following a fairly straight route southwards towards Drumboy. And then finally turning southwest on the Yoken Water side of Drumboy, terminating at the Glen Glass substation, which is just to the southwest of that area shown in green, which is the edge of some commercial forestry. The existing overhead line network extends westwards from here on existing pylons just to the west of that substation. You'll recall the application for extensions to that substation in the October committee. Okay, moving on to some maps. That's a context map. You can see the red line there, which indicates the location of the Glen Mucklock wind farm, consented wind farm, and its access track. And again, please can you just note the council boundary there, which is contiguous with the top of the Glen Mucklock wind farm site and comes down the left-hand side of the screen. This is quite a useful cumulative energy map. I would ask you to note that the top there in light green comprises I think it's called Lethans and Glen Mucklock wind farms. Sandynow is the sort of light blue and pink area just to the left of the application route, which again is the dotted line in the middle of the screen. Sanker and Yokenhead, along with existing Whiteside Hill, towards the southern end. 20 Shilling, very light blue in the bottom right. That's now operational. And I've added one in. There's a small red circle. Abby, would you mind zooming in on that, please? It's just to identify where Cloud Hill is. That's a relatively new Section 36 application for a wind farm. And just to the north of there, we have a brand new application for 3 large turbines at Herd's Hill. So just to note the location of those in relation to the route of the overhead line. Thank you for that. So I've got 2 landscape character maps. This shows that the route essentially travels through 2 landscape character types, DGW10 Upper Vale Valley and DGW22 Southern Uplands. That's the pink and orange respectively. And then this rather zoomed in version, it shows local landscape character types where the route passes through the River Nith Valley floor, undulating mid-slope, transitional slope with incised tributary valleys in 2 locations, which is the light blue strands going through there in the middle and bottom. Next slide to give you an idea, although I'm sure you know already, of what these lattice towers look like, but just to note there are variations. The one on the left carries a suspended line. The one in the middle takes the line through sort of a balanced, I'm not sure what you would call that, a tube, I guess, or a support bracket. And then the one on the right is a terminal pylon, end of line. This is what I referred to earlier. It's a cross-section showing how the route would cross the railway and the River Nith. It shows scaffolding and suspended earth wire in the middle there, which would be suspended on the scaffolding. That's a safety item. This one is the substation site plan. It identifies the site access there on the left-hand side, control building area to the top of the site, and the transformer station, which is the larger area you can see with the 2 red lines and sort of gold apparatus and equipment in there. Some elevations just to show you what it would typically look like. I'm sure you appreciate that it is a functional site with transformers and gantries up to about 10 metres height, and control building, not easy to see, but in the top and bottom, because it's shrouded by the fence, which is a 4.2 metre high boundary fence, you can see that the control building there's between sort of 5 and 6 metres high, lower than the gantries and transformers. And this one, not easy to interpret, but it gives an idea of the indicative wayleave creation and then replanting. You can see in the centre of these sections the location of the pylons, but then either side you have felling 40 metres in width to account for trees which are in the way and trees which would be likely to be subject to wind throw and therefore prejudice the safety of the line. And then in their place you've got graded replanting going in. But I would point out, as you'll have picked up from the conditions, that there is a requirement, or from the draft conditions, I should say, to replant and restock, which comes from from Scottish Forestry. So it's not that would be a loss outright. There would be compensation for any felling, both within the site areas and elsewhere. Okay, we're moving on to viewpoints to give you an idea of what it looks like. And I will try to get through these as quickly as I can, because there are 10 in total, but I will try and give you an understanding of where we're looking. This first one is on the A76 near Crockroy. There are 2 fields of view from this point, looking east and southeast from about 450 metres to the nearest pylon. And again, I would ask you to note that the route of the line is the blue squares. Could you note in this one the potential prominence of the pylon? I think the bottom of these 2 images shows the brown. All the pylons are identified in brown in the wire lines. But also, could I ask you to note the presence of existing electrical infrastructure in the montage? Not easy to see, but you've got some existing transformers in there, non-support poles. And this one, the top montage, shows the scheme at its potential worst from this viewpoint. I just want to point out that this relates to the previous wire line. There is a bit of an overlap here. So you can see in this wire line, you've got the brown turbine in the wire line. In the top montage, that's the same one. And then lower down, you're turning slightly clockwise again, and I would ask you to note the potential for the Sandy Now turbines as approved and under construction to occur in the right end of the view, just to the right of the smaller plantation. And again, not easy to see in this, but you can just about see the Sanker Community Wind Farm turbines. And then lastly, from this viewpoint, Notwithstanding those shelter belt trees which are in the front of the view, the pylons would potentially appear prominently at times along with the overhead line. And again, it's not too easy to pick up just because of the nature of the wire lines. But I think if you look at the montage, but if you look at the wire line at the top, that gives you a good idea of what it would look like in sort of circumstances where the landscape was naked and the vegetation was not there. Okay, bear with me. Your second viewpoint on Lagray Road, you've got 3 fields of view, so this is potentially the most complicated one. You're looking southwest, west and northwest from around 400 metres to the nearest pylon. And in this one, the lower half is a zoomed-in version of the upper half. Could you note that most of the wind turbines in the background are consented and operational at Whiteside Hill, Sanker Community Wind Farm and Sandy Now? And also, could you just note in the bottom wire line there the position of the tops of the pylons, again in brown, mainly below the skyline. There are a couple which might just project above. Same viewpoint, looking west. The new pylons and lines are likely to appear as clear new components of the view. But I'd also ask you to note the presence of existing electrical infrastructure, especially as you can see in the lower half of that slide. Moving on, this view turns towards the northeast, looking towards East Ayrshire. Sorry, that should have been that slide. This is the one where the view turns towards the northeast, looking towards East Ayrshire. And on this one, which is the final visualization from this point, could I ask you to note that the pylon is visible there in the centre, in amongst the existing electrical infrastructure. The next viewpoint is on the A76 at Guildhall Bridge, west of Kirkconnell. Nearest pylons are approximately 1 kilometre from here. You've got 3 fields of view again, looking more or less northwest, southwest and south. Here you've got an open view across the landscape, which is useful, and I would ask you to note the existing wind turbines in the background, if you're able to see those. And gladly, the wireline and the montage are the same view, although the bottom is more zoomed in. You can just about make out the brown pylons there in front of the turbines of Sandy Now and others which are existing. And the top half of this is a zoomed-in view of the previous view. You can see the road there in the sort of right-hand side of the montage, which appears again in this one. But the bottom half is generally looking more towards the east. And again, if you look in the wire lines, you can see the pylons there appearing in brown. And this finishes with the view to the northwest back towards Glenmuckloch and the border with East Ayrshire. Here, and I would ask you to note the pylons in brown again. And the Glenmuckloch turbines not constructed, but consented up there behind on the top right of the wire line. Okay, as we go on, by the way, you get less wire lines and less less montages generally, so they should speed up a bit. Sorry about this. This is viewpoint for the main street in Kirkconnell. Here you've got 2 fields of view, generally around 2.5 kilometres distance to the nearest pylons, looking southwest and west. Again, note that the blue and yellow turbines are generally built or consented, and again, you should be able to pick out the pylons here in brown. I'll draw your eye to the left-hand side of the wire line there, where you can see them just in a line, rising and falling. In this one, just make sure I've got the right one. Okay, yes, the upper half of this is a zoomed in version of the last slide. Again, just to give you an idea, you can just about make out turbines on top of the ridgeline there. And zooms in. And then the bottom half of this slide is turning west. You obviously note that there are buildings and vegetation there in the montage. And this slide is showing similarly, and I would ask you to note the Sandinow turbines appearing in this one, top left, and your pylons in brown appearing theoretically across this view, but of course you do then have the buildings and vegetation in between. Okay, we're getting there. This is viewpoint 5, South Kellerholm. There's just one field of view from here looking northwest, approximately 2.5 kilometres away. This is the view towards Glenmucklock wind farm site and East Ayrshire. You can just about make out in the sort of right of centre there the outline of the proposed substation. You see that as sort of a horizontal brown line. And in this one, it's very difficult to pick out anything in particular, and for those of you fortunate to have this on Teams, you'll maybe be able to pick out the substation outline just right of centre, but it is very difficult to see. But that gives you a general idea of you'll be looking in this direction up towards Glenmucklock and the East Ayrshire boundary, with the substation in the centre, but just the top of it. Okay, viewpoint 6 is in Liberty Moor, about halfway down the line. You're looking south and west. There are two fields of view. The nearest is about 800 metres from here. There are likely to be significant visual impacts, but strongly associated with existing wind turbines, as you can see in here. In this one, you're looking through the Sandinow site and turbines. I would ask you to note the pylons are in the foreground of this. Again, not too easy to pick out, but they are the shorter brown items, sort of centre and left. Makes it a little bit easier to see. This is a zoomed in version of the previous slide, and the same in a montage. But I would say that in this one, from here, you can just about make out the pylons, but that view in the montage is more, your eye is more drawn towards the turbines. Viewpoint 7 is on the Southern Upland Way at Winghead, which is very near to the proposed Cloud Hill wind farm we've received. There's a single field of view here looking northwest. It's about 3 kilometres away. You should note the consented and operational wind farm schemes and the low potential at this distance and from this view for the overhead lines and pylons to stand out. Got 3 more viewpoints to look at before we conclude. Oh, sorry, 4. Including a heritage viewpoint. So viewpoint 8, Nith Valley near Hall Bridge. One field of view here looking east, and the nearest pylon is approximately 2.6 metres away. Frankly, there's not a great deal to see in this view. You can just about pick out the brown pylons in the wire lines, but I would be surprised if you can pick those out in the montage below. They're difficult to see even at close quarters. Viewpoint 9 is Pates Bridge near Fingland Road. It's approximately 4.5 kilometres away, looking west-southwest. Useful to see that landscape in context. You can just about pick out the line of pylons in the wire line in the context of the wind farms behind. And then the last of your normal viewpoints, Kirkland Road Core Path. That's a little over a kilometre away, looking west towards the substation site. And you can see the outline of the substation in the middle of the wire line there. And the pylons potentially visible from here as well, again in brown. And then just in the top there, turbines belonging to the Glen Mucklock scheme. This is your last viewpoint. It's a heritage viewpoint from St Connell's Chapel. This is looking southwest from that asset, about 1.3 kilometres away. And the substation outline is potentially visible here. It's you can see the forestry in the montage, which at the moment would provide some screening in theory, but of course we don't know how that forestry is going to work in the future. It is subject to inevitable change. And you can see these items in the context of the turbines beyond, including Sandy Knowles turbines currently under construction. Okay, to wrap this up as quickly as I can, your recommendation is not to object, and I would ask committee to note that the landscape and visual effects are significant and in certain areas adverse, although not significantly affecting sensitive landscapes. There are no landscape or other planning designations covering this site. When weighed against potential benefits arising in terms of potential improvement of the power networks, they are acceptable impacts in terms of landscape and visual. From a range of vantage points, the pylons would appear in landscapes already containing electrical infrastructure, including turbines. And with all technical matters either covered in the documents forming the application within the EIA, or the subject of conditions proposed and drafted to Scottish Government included in the appendix to the report, with no objections arising from the Council's consultees, it is recommended that there's no objection to this scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Very lengthy and very comprehensive. Questions for Officer John Campbell?
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, John, for your presentation. I mean, I don't intend to raise any objections, but I was looking for a bit of clarity, if you possibly can, on page 85, which is under the appendix for the conditions. Now, quite often when we get applications to the council, we put a bond, and particularly on the very top of the page, in 85, the decommissioning scheme. I'm just wondering if, do the Scottish Government do the same thing? It's all very well asking them to, put everything back to normal or as near normal as they possibly can. But, that's obviously going to be a cost. And, I wouldn't like to think that, the taxpayers, whether it's through the council or through, the Scottish Government, in sort of that kind of respect. So just a bit of clarity, if you know that. I don't know if David even might come up with some, but just a bit of clarity, Jim.
John.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at potential condition 17 of what would be the deemed planning permission if this is consented by government. That relates to decommissioning after the date of final energisation. But I don't see any bond in there. David, I don't know if you see anything different. That's not covered thus far. Could I point out that I have been liaising with the case officer at Scottish Government, and that's not something that the case officer there has intended to put in here either.
David?
Thank you, Chair. There is a differential between, between Section 37 applications, which is for infrastructure, which is longer term. Wind farms, which come under Section 36, are seen as more temporary. They're sort of usually looked at somewhere between 25, 35 years initially. This sort of infrastructure, I think, is seen as being far more permanent, so there isn't really a restoration bond required on those. it's perhaps unusual that you even have to have a decommissioning scheme in the event that it would come out, because I can't really imagine there's going to be a need for this to come out in certainly the medium to long term. So I've never heard of a restoration bond for power lines, whereas it's commonplace for turbines.
Chair, do you mind if I just add one thing to that? This is for 80. It is proposed for 80 years.
Yeah, thanks, John. Well, I would certainly be going to ask members to raise an objection, but I'm happy to hear what other members have to say first. Andrew Giusti.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got a couple of questions for the case officer. One is that I understand that we're losing trees to this, and but I haven't seen if it's clear on the report. Are we losing veteran trees or ancient woodland? Because that is contrary to MPF 4. Also, a second question is, and it's a concern of mine, we've got quite a big project here that's going to leave an outstanding mark on the landscape, and we don't have a response from our council landscape architect. That's, to me, I'm really struggling with that.
Thanks, Andrew.
Yep, Chair, I'll gladly answer the first one. The EIA covers the approach to what trees are going to be felled, and I've also checked with regard to ancient semi-natural woodland. I've double-checked as well. It doesn't go near those, and that is on purpose. It avoids what you might call veteran areas of trees, but there's nothing to indicate. These trees being felled here are generally plantation, whether or not they're coniferous or broadleaved. But the vast majority, around probably 95% plus, is plantation woodland. And on the second point, we don't have a response from the wind farms landscape architect at this time. That is true, but what we do have is a negotiated deadline to conclude our recommendation to Scottish Government of tomorrow, and that is one which we had to sort of negotiate quite hard for. So I think we needed to just take this forward with what we've got.
Thank you. And like you, that's a serious concern and an omission in my view. But I'll come back to that when I get the opportunity to speak. It's Keith Walters, please.
Yep, I was going to mention the lack of response from the landscape architect as well, which seems like a big hole. The other thing is on page 65, 1.3, it says this is supported by the environmental impact assessment, and there's been a bit of discussion about that. Where is that accessible? Can I ask the case officer, because it doesn't appear to be on the planning applications portal, although it's been referred to on a number of occasions. Thanks.
John.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you, Chair. That's in fully visible on the Energy Consents Unit website, which is where we, as case officers, have to go to review all the information as well, because on Section 37 applications, we don't publish all the documents. That is down to the ECU to publish them.
Thank you. David Slater.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, John, I don't see any people like landowners have raised any issues about this or spoke about it. Why is that? Are they not, because it's deemed planning, they can't raise an issue or ask questions about it? And one other point was this line's obviously a brand new line. I assume that's for future proofing of further wind farms. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Certainly with regard to the second half of your question, yes, that is clear. We have, it's indicated to us the wind farms that it is relevant to, and of course you know that we're not at the end yet in terms of that area, in terms of the applications we're receiving, with Cloud Hill in the offing, close to this line, and Herds Hill. And we also got a pretty committed scoping at Rowan Craig. So we know that there is future proofing there, and that the Glen Mucklock site is intended to connect into Glen Glass. So you have that whole, that's the principle of why you've got this such a long development. With regard to interested parties, landowners, it's essential to understand that these are considered by the Energy Consents Unit under the Section 37 regime. It isn't for the regional authority, the planning authority, to deal with those, and that's absolutely clear in terms of of process. I don't know whether, David, you'd like to add to that, but it's fairly straightforward that that's not within our remit.
Thanks, John. I can tell you some landowners have objected, and Kirkconnell and Killholm Community Council have submitted an objection in the strongest terms, but it's to Scottish Government notice because that's not our discharge of our duty today.
That was the question I was asking, Chair, why, obviously, you've obviously answered that question. It's not within the remit.
So there are significant objections locally, but they're not directed to us. We are simply a statutory consultee. But I do have concern. I mean, some of you will remember, not all of you, but some will remember the Ken Doon inquiry, where we were lambasted for not submitting the full report from the landscape architect. We submitted a condensed version. And last month, when we considered a wind farm application, we got a very lengthy document from the landscape architect that our planning officer considered and gave his considered view on the opinion of the landscape architect. But just to have no response when we're asked to be considering something that has a huge impact on the landscape, I think it is hugely significant, and it causes me a great deal of concern. Can I just ask a question, John? On page, 66, 1.6, the nearest point for this line would be 3 kilometres of short as Sanka. If you look at your, in fact, the map on page 64 will show, or 63 will show, this line goes far closer to Kirkconnell and Killholm than Sanka, so why is Kirkconnell and Killholm not mentioned? Because they must be in very close proximity to this if it's 3 kilometres short of Sanka.
Perhaps we could take a moment to confirm that distance. It's just a sentence within the report. I couldn't tell you why it doesn't necessarily refer to the other settlement. But we were of course, when we were looking at the visualizations, we were determining how far the pylons were from those points, and we had at least 2 viewpoints from those environs. So although that sentence doesn't cover it, I think we have given it some attention in our presentation.
Okay, I see Councillor Dryburgh looking to speak, so I do have a proposal to put to members, but Councillor Dryburgh?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I was just thinking, I wonder if Jim and John have got a sweat on with this one because of what happened the previous line that you had to talk about, if you remember, back in the Stewart area. Just one quick question. Obviously, this is the question was asked about, improving lines for wind farms. We do need infrastructure in a place to improve the opportunities for people to get connected to the grid. And renewable energy is going up and up. And the one question I have asked John is, does this also include PV opportunities as well? Because I can understand wind farms, I can understand Glenmucklet. I've not heard an awful lot about PV.
I think before John answers, there was a discussion or a debate when Glenmucklet was redefined as an energy park, and there was an intention to have wind farm or wind, water and PV produced on site to generate a range of electricity energy provision. So I think maybe John knows more than me, but I know that was the intention initially.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm sure Chris would agree as well. We're seeing more interest in developing solar in our region, and currently in possession of one scoping. I'm happy to talk about this because it is a public document. That's with regard to creating a wind farm and solar park near Laird Mannock, not in this particular, not close to where we are now, but also other interest in developing pure solar schemes in quite large sites. These are coming forward in terms of their relationship with wind farms, well behind from what I can gather. And David, I don't know if you'd agree with that, but it's on the gradual up. So we should factor them in when we're talking about generation, storage and transmission.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Archie. And for me, I've got a local intimate knowledge, if you like, of this area. And if you look at page 63 again, or if John wants to put I think one of the first OHPs that you had on screen. If you see the application site at Glenmucklock, and then a short distance south of that, you see an area known as Nether Cairn or Peniel, where Sandyknow Wind Farm is, and it's operational now. That'll do, John. Any one of them will do. No, one of the images or the route for that. So you see where Glenmucklock is in red. You will see the river, the railway, and the A76. And just on the other side of the A76 is Sandyknow, although it's not featured on this OHP. From Sandyknow to Glenglass, there is already an underground cable. There's already a road or a track going all the way for the A76 up to Glenglass, carrying an underground cable. There's also one, as an aside, from a 20 Shilling, which is away to the south, undergrounded for 9 kilometres, I think, at the request of the local communities to try and protect some of the landscape. And here we have an applicant wanting to remove 22.2 hectares of trees, create a new track. And you have to ask where net zero fits into all of this when there's an existing track and underground electric transmission cables travelling from the Sandyknow wind farm near the A76 up to Glenglass. And for me, I would be comfortable if we agreed, and it's not for us to agree today, but if a proposal came forward for towers to cross the Nith, the railway and the A76, and then be undergrounded along to Glenglass, in line with what's been requested and supported by wind farm developers to date. Because all we're doing with this is creating a ring of steel around Killahome. So I would want to submit a request to members to consider agree to raise an objection on the grounds that the proposal is contrary to NPF 4 Policy 11, as the proposal does not satisfactorily demonstrate through project design and mitigation how they will address the significant landscape and visual impacts of their proposal. So that's a motion to members. Councillor Beretti?
I'll second that motion because likewise I've read the same letters that the Chair has, and I fully understand that there is going to be greater need of line with high capacity for future energy schemes. But yes, I think the Chair has addressed what I was thinking already.
Thank you. Councillor Juste?
Chair, I was just going to echo yourself and second you, but you've already got one.
Thank you. Councillor Slater?
Yes, I would agree with the Chair. I think that's a good thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Marshall?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm still disappointed with respect to no response from the council architect and whether at what stage will be an opportunity for that to be fed in, because obviously it will have to be seen by members as well.
I think it may go to the Scottish Government, Sean, but I think David will confirm that we've been told that we couldn't get an extension in the consultation on this, and we had to deal with it now.
Chair, that is correct. In fairness to the Council Landscape Architect, her contract is specifically in respect of wind farms. So because these are pylons, then it's really something we would have had to ask her to drop wind farm consultations on to pick up, and just for the capacity issues, we're increasing that at the moment by going out to contract to bring in third third-party contractors to pick up some of the wind farm work. But yeah, just in terms of the timescales and the capacity, it wasn't possible to actually bring that before you, but we have until tomorrow to make a response to the Scottish ministers.
Thanks for that, and I see, thank you, Councillor Carruthers. I see you've agreed as well, as is Councillor Dryburgh. So, if there are no alternative views, that's what I've managed to cobble together. Tracy, can you just present that to committee, please, and see if that's to be endorsed?
Thanks, Chair. Can I just check with David if he's satisfied at that motion?
I didn't have time to note it down, unfortunately. Can I see? Thanks. Two, right. So the only thing I would flag up to members is that under, this is NPF 4 policy 11, is that where impacts are localised or appropriate design mitigation has been applied, they will generally be considered to be acceptable. I would say you're going to have to stress that this is going to be having more than a localised impact in order for it to be contrary to the policy that you've cited here.
It impacts upon the views from Southern Upland Way and tourism in general, David, because there is a constant challenge to encourage visitors to come to a place that's just simply saturated a landscape respect, because that's what we sell. We sell our natural environment to visitors, whether it be walking, cycling, riding, or simply visiting the place. So we might have to work on the finer detail, as long as it's still, in essence, an acceptable proposal.
Well, Chair, with respect, if you're going to object to the Scottish ministers tomorrow, I think we need to agree the wording. So what I'm suggesting is that if this is potentially triggering a public local inquiry, as you'll be aware from the KTR, so just to protect yourselves and the risk to the council, I think you would need to expand on this, that the impacts are going to be more than localised, and expand on just what you've said in terms of the effect on the wider tourism area, because otherwise NPF 4 does say they will generally be considered to be acceptable if they're localised.
Okay, so what do you want me to do? Tell you that, in my opinion, this will have a negative effect on the economic opportunities of the local and wider community because of landscape and visual effect, and at a time when the Southern Upland Way is promoting a change to encourage more tourist visitors to attend, we are at the same time constructing a transmission poles that will have a detrimental effect on that approach.
I think basically you would be able to expand further at public inquiry, as long as you have just actually said that that you're of the opinion that it would be more than a localised impact. That's probably all you really need to say at this stage.
That'll be fine if members are content with that. Members nodding in agreement here, and we'll see what the public inquiry has to say in due course. So, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of members, please?
Thanks, Chair. So members have agreed to raise an objection on the grounds that the proposal is contrary to NPF 4 policy 11, as the proposal does not satisfactorily demonstrate through project design and mitigation how they will address the significant landscape and visual impacts, and that it will have more than a localised impact on the area.
And that in terms of visitors, or does it just stop at that?
You can expand on that later.
And we'll expand on that later, okay. Members content with that? Thank you. And thanks for your support, members. Move on to agenda item number 8. an application for alterations and erection of extension to rear elevation of dwelling house to form domestic gym, games room, storage area at Linden Home, Edinburgh Road, Heath Hall, Dumfries. This is a full application, reference number 23/2256/full. Our case officer, Jamie Mackenzie. Jamie, if you're with us, can you just start a presentation, please?
I'm covering it for Jamie, Chair.
Oh, so yeah, I knew that, David. I saw that earlier.
Okay, just running through the slides. You can see the site is on the western side of the A701 Edinburgh Road at Heath Hall. And zooming into the block plan, you've got a detached dwelling house there with a detached garage games room as well at the lower level. Looking at the existing floor plan, you can see the ground floor. What this plan form doesn't really show is the change in levels, but that will become clear with the garage being set down at a considerably lower level than the main house, which is more or less the same level as the A701. And then this shows the proposed level. As you can see, just going back a slide, there's a gap between the existing garage and games room in the house. On the site of the existing garage, in the same footprint, you would have this extension put on here. So it would be split level. You've got the bike store and a games room. Then you go up some steps and you've got a bathroom there, which is at the same level as the rest of the house. Existing attic floor, so it's got, although it's a single-storey property, it's got attic accommodation. And then this shows how that would then link in. So you'd have a storage area, and you would also have a gym/office. So this is the existing house. Just to note, the east elevation, the front elevation does not change at all. So it's everything really basically to the rear. So the west elevation, you can see the garage there is set down at a lower level in the house. So in the same footprint as where the garage is, you would have the proposed extension, which it's not in the same materials as the existing house, but again, it's a sustainable type of natural larch vertical timber cladding which would be proposed. And moving round, you've got the existing elevations, again the gap between the garage and the house, which would then be filled in and slightly raised in terms of the roof height, and you've got solar panels proposed on the roof. Running through some photos. That's the view from just the footway on Edinburgh Road. So you can't really see where the existing garage is with any great clarity from the front elevation. That's round at the rear. And again round the other side. This is the gap between the house and where the existing garage is that would effectively be infilled by the new extension. As looking towards the neighbouring property, you'll note that it's been designed with the windows, that there isn't an overlooking issue there. And that's just looking west away from it. So, as I say, it's only before yourselves because the applicant is the immediate relative of somebody who works in the statutory planning process, but otherwise it would have been approved under delegated powers.
Questions for case officer? Councillor Barretti.
Thank you very much, case officer. I'm just wondering why, when you just mentioned it's part of someone who's in the case planning department, why they never even thought about putting solar panels on, because that's a south-facing roof, and that would be one of these cases where you're doing an improvement. Let's get a little bit of energy out of the sun at the same time and make it even more sustainable.
David.
Sorry, were you saying why not put solar panels on?
Yeah, why not?
But they have. They're on the south elevation.
So that wasn't showing up earlier.
No, David skipped that in. They weren't showing earlier.
No, they were not shown earlier. So
just to test your powers of observation this time of the day to any of that, so.
Yeah. I'll have to catch him out some other time then.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers?
Thanks, Chair. So, support certainly the principle of this development, but my understanding is this might be in a floodplain, and if it was, so just clarity in regards to that. I will have a question after that if it has been identified that it was, because I didn't see us having any consultation with the flood risk management team. Chair, that's just a question at first, see if I'm correct or not.
David?
As far as I'm aware, it's not in a floodplain, but it's not going to be making any difference to a floodplain because it's a very limited addition to the existing floor area. And normally I think domestic extensions are excluded from needing to be subject to a consultation.
Did you want to come back, Ian?
I would just say if it was, maybe it's not.
David?
Sorry, I didn't have anything else really to add to that. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay, Ian, that's fine. There are no other questions for case officer. We're in session. Tony?
Yeah, move to accept the full application on recommendations, whatever the case officer said, seen as solar panels. I'm quite happy.
Okay, so you're recommending approval as out in the papers. David, you want to second that? Good man. If there are no alternative views... Pardon? Archie Driver or Councillor Driver, please.
I just agree with the recommendations, Chair.
Okay. So, we're agreed. Tracy, can you confirm the decision, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Members, before we leave, can I just offer my sincere thanks to every member of staff for their support throughout the year, for your support and commitment to the cause. And can I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and look forward to some cheery faces in January.
Hey ho, well done, Chair.
Yes, Merry Christmas, Chair.
Thank you. I have no other business. Thank you, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Chair. Happy Christmas.